Alright, so this live stream is for Scorpio, aka the 8th house, and we're going through Scorpio's connection starting with the first house, which is Aries. Aries governs the first house, Taurus the second house, Gemini the third house, Cancer the fourth house, Leo the fifth house, Virgo the sixth house, Libra the seventh house, Scorpio the eighth house, Sagittarius the ninth house, Capricorn the 10th house, Aquarius the 11th house, and Pisces the 12th house. We're starting in the first house for Scorpio and their connections, aka Aries and Scorpio. Aries and Scorpio. The first and eighth house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Aries and Scorpio. Oh, that reminds me of the disclaimer. I just want to familiarize you with my process of reading. I'm looking at the trajectory and the way energy is moving through the houses, so I'll try to explain it in that way, being as objective as possible, as vague as possible, giving hypotheticals just to help you fit your personal storyline into the equation if it does or if it doesn't. If it doesn't resonate, please don't force it. I'll be back to do another one as soon as possible, because general readings are not designed to resonate with everyone. Let's take a look at what's going on in Scorpio's house and Aries. Scorpio connections with Aries. The first and eighth house connections. So the cards that want to be seen initially, sandwiched between the Apprentice, Eight of Pentacles at the bottom, the Ace of Swords, and the King of Cups. The following card combinations are here. So my disclaimer about using a stacked deck with the intentions to see the cards as they emerge according to their major and or minor arcana, the sequential order numerically, and also the elements and the suits that they're in. So that we're looking at Pentacles. The Nine of Pentacles takes the stage at the top, and let's see what's at the bottom of this pile. The King of Pentacles. So it looks like we're progressing through the suit of Pentacles, starting at the Nine of Pentacles. There's comfort here. This is also Venus and Virgo energy in the Nine of Pentacles, followed by the Ten of Pentacles. This is the height of Pentacles at the top of the totem, at the totem pole. A love offer in the Page of Pentacles here. The momentum with movement with said Pentacles. And then we're looking at the King and Queen here taking the stage. Looks like a pair. So altogether, generally speaking off the top, if this deals with a love connection, for an example, it looks like one that's progressing to a higher level of commitment. And looks like there's potential for even a power couple here. But otherwise, whatever it is that Scorpio is focused on, it looks like there's a high level of success, a high potential for success here. Looking at the deck here where the cards emerged from, looking at the King of Cups, which is technically Scorpio's card, the Ace of Swords, we're looking at clarity there in Scorpio's energy, and the Eight of Pentacles, which embody working and also this liberation and sense of freedom and a new beginning, represented in the Apprentice. So those cards wanted to be seen. I'm going to restock the deck and continue working on this reading. Dear Holy Spirit, please continue. Alright, so I feel like the cards that wanted to be seen was a message of hope in this reading. Hope that there's a reconciliation here, and the nature of that connection was described. It looked like a very beautiful connection there. On the page, on the table here, though, it looks like there's some stress about this connection, wondering if the connection is possible. So it looks like there's some sense of unknowing and waiting for their ships to come in, and it looks stressful. So let's see going to continue working on this one. Hello everybody, thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. Alright, so again, the deck begins to fall apart. There are card combinations here on the table, and it came sandwiched between energies that describe waiting, and again, this beautiful connection here with the Hierophant and the Nine of Pentacles. Again, this Nine of Pentacles is Venus in Virgo. Currently, Venus is in the constellation of Virgo. Here is the marriage card, so this represents, you know, the energy behind the connection being described here. We're looking at it twice make an appearance. And here is the Patience, Seven of Pentacles, waiting, you know, hoping. Context is everything. So with the given context so far, this looks like waiting, hoping, and, you know, the Temperance here again, waiting, alchemizing, blending elements together that don't normally mix well. And in our first position, because these made appearances in my second position, we had already seen the energies in the first position and before we even got into the reading. But here, the Nine of Swords is being clarified with the Eight of Pentacles. So we have some context in regard to, you know, the desirability of this connection. And the work, the willingness to work, you know, to make the connection come online is what it looks like. So here are the major arcanas: the Lovers, the Chariot, the Strength, the Hermit, the Wheel of Fortune, the Justice, the Hangman, the 13 major arcana, which is Scorpio's energy, also known as the death, a purge, removing blockages so that energies more conducive can come toward the current. There's also, you know, adult content here as far as the erotica and sensuality that can even produce reproduction. So it's not only the death, but it's also rebirth and regeneration. But we're in the 8th house, so this is Scorpio's card, Scorpio. So anyhow, here described in its sequential order, it does describe that a love connection was moving forward, and it looked like at a dynamic capacity. The Chariot made an appearance, and then we started to look at some pullback, you know, with the Strength there, the Hermit making an appearance. So again, here's the Lovers. It's moving forward with that dynamic forward movement, trampling over blockages. It's almost as if it's unstoppable. But then we do come to a pause here. And also, this is Leo's card. It points to the 5th house. The 5th house governs relationships, the courtship, even risky investments are there in children and conception. And so we're looking at the Hermit, which is some withdrawal for purposes of healing. This is also where Venus is. We've seen the Venus in Virgo energy. Here's the Wheel of Fortune, the spin cycle, you know, so the storms of life and weathering such storms, justice, reciprocity, give and take, 50-50. But maybe there's a legal component here, and could include marriage as well. That's Venus and Libra energy, marriage, relationships, partnerships. Here's the Hangman. So here's this energy that describes some longevity, healing, thinking outside of the box for solutions. Resolutions are easily had here for concepts that may not have been easily understood initially. And then you have that 13 major arcana, Scorpio's energy here. So we can see that a lot has happened, and the fact that it's all major arcanas that are coming out in dynamic placements in this reading, and also this person is, you know, we're seeing how this person values this connection in the Aries and the Scorpio connection. So this definitely looks like a divine connection. So we want to get more information here. But that's all to describe this Three of Fire. Standing on the edge of the dock of the bay waiting for their ships to come in. They're waiting for their partner. So it almost looks like as far as Aries and Scorpio is concerned, it's interesting because this connection, does it feel like there's a distance between them, or are they together? It's interesting that I feel like they're together, but there is some static. Let's see here. And so that togetherness that is felt, I feel like it's, if nowhere else, it's in the ethers. It's in the energy that they feel. I feel like they're together, but let's get into the reading a little bit more. I feel like they're together, but it looks like there's a preparation and some sort of stress regarding working for it. So what happened? Let's get more context here. So there's the marriage card to summarize what was seen there. And here, the Seven of Cups is being clarified with the Seven of Pentacles, which has made an appearance already. But this is interesting. Each of these cups and the pentacles, we already seen them waiting and hopeful, ready, prepared to meet challenges. Context is everything, but there is a high likelihood that they're waiting. They want their lover to come back, and they want the conditions when their lover comes back to be just right. They've put the work in it. So, let's see what's going on. Here, the Three of Fire was clarified with the marriage card. Commitments. All right. So it almost looks like a surprise. Someone is working to surprise someone. But the Nine of Swords is curious. Let me look further at the Nine of Swords and see why that's there. The Nine of Swords, though, just generally speaking, symbolize working, burning the candle at both ends of the stick, working day and night, not able to sleep. I mean, working, I say, because the Eight of Pentacles is clarifying it, day and night, burning the candlestick at both ends, putting that elbow grease in. There's anxiety typically, and there's like a nightmare of the soul. That's how that's generally described outside of context. So they're working hard. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so it says release your ex, playfulness, new love, flirt, true love again. So some storylines, you know, it said release your ex, so that gives some content. Some context for some storylines is that there's an ex. So clearly we see that someone is in love and they're looking to, you know, establish a relationship with someone that they really want. And there is obstructive interference in the case where they need to release an ex So that gave additional information in regard to that. Otherwise, we're looking at new love. True love, new love. All right, so pay attention to the red flags. Okay, so far we're seeing release your ex, pay attention to the red flags. There's attraction. Release your ex makes an appearance again. Let go of control issues. All right. So, obsession. There's a hint of obsession, a little bit of dissonance, potentially, if someone, like I said, they have an ex, says, you know, let go of control issues, release your ex, playfulness. That's another thing that was stated. So there could be a little dissonance that one is feeling the other more. It's some context. Pay attention to the red flags, though. So if that resonates or if it doesn't, pay attention to the red flags in either case. And let's see. So otherwise, with those clarifiers there, the reading becomes more clear. It just that Nine of Swords was off-putting because it didn't, you know. Well, I can't say that it didn't fit in the scenario. It just is like, why are you stressed out? What's going on? There's anticipation is what it feels like without the clarifiers. Anticipation. So I'll put a pin in that to leave that as a finished reading, that there for sure is anticipation for this love connection. It looks like the love connection to get off the ground. There's anticipation for this love connection to get off the ground. And someone in the connection is definitely minded for marriage. They want to move the connection to a higher level of commitment. But in that case, pay attention to the red flags, because there are some storylines where the person is, one of you is not as interested in the other, or they could be interested, but they're not showing it energetically. They're not showing up. And the clarifiers clarified that to say, because there's someone else, you know, in the picture, potentially release your ex, and or they feel like there's too much obsessiveness and control issues here. So to me, just overall, that would be, they're not as into you as you're into them. Pay attention to the red flags if that is the case. Otherwise, let's see, in a relationship dynamic, it does look like your person could be springing a surprise on you, working toward surprising you. Let's see, some of you are married. Some of you are married. And then in that context, it looks like one of you is working for your marriage, and the other of you, it looks like both of you desire to come back together. One of you is definitely putting the work in for this marriage. One of you might be more of the breadwinner in this marriage. But otherwise, energetically, in that connection, it looks like both of you are working for this connection, and you want it to come together, hoping. And so you might be separated. You might have diminished communication right now. But for that storyline, I'm looking at both of you having the same desires. And both of you are unsure if you feel the same, if it's mutual, if you guys have potential to come back together. So there's a storyline there. And let's see if there's anything else here. Official person, card 22. Courtship, card number 4. Unexpected income, message of concern, marriage. That's the other thing that it looked like too, and I feel like that's being confirmed in that clarifying deck. Someone is working overtime, working really hard to get the extra money, So that unexpected income for the courtship, they're looking to plan, an engagement is what it looks like. So that looked like a courtship leading to marriage. Those clarifiers. So let's see. And the official person, I feel like that was resonating with the major arcana, people of interest that made appearances, unexpected income, sudden wealth. But it's interesting that, again, it looks like one of you, if not both of you, but one of you certainly appears to make some good money or have an opportunity where business is really good right now. It's kind of the same thing because it looks like there's a lot of hard work being put into here, but my clarifiers go right into unexpected income, sudden wealth. So it feels like the money is kind of easy because there's also a toil and labor card that could make an appearance, which would resonate more with what it looks like without the clarifiers. So, I feel like, yeah, I was going to say some of this work is actually towards getting the connection off the ground. Like they're exerting a lot of their energy for the planning or in the preparation because it looks like the money comes easy. And we're looking at hard work there. Let's see if there's anything else. Again, great fortune, change, pathway, house, change. All right. A journey, a courtship. But I wasn't looking at the courtship card. There's a courtship card, just like there's a toil and labor card. But it was just a path and a journey. Sudden wealth, great fortune. But yeah, so like I said, I try to leave the reading as open, as objective as possible while describing these energies so that you guys, if it resonates, you can apply your scenario to it as it fits. But for nothing else, we do see that there's hard work being put into it. It looks like there's a positive abundance coming out of this, success coming out of it. But yeah, so let's work on that. Second position, I'm curious to see what comes there. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the second position with the Three of Fire and the Hierophant, again with the Great Fortune, message of concern, the main person. Okay, here goes the romance with there's either bad help. Oh, I'm reminded the 13, the 8th, 8th house. So if there is some inheritance, we keep on seeing a highlighted area of concern, message of concern, great wealth. Remember I said it feels like the money comes easy too? It feels like the money comes easy, and it looked like a lot of the energy was more so exerted in the planning stage, but the money was seeming like it was coming easy. So now as I start to develop the second position, it looks like there could be an inheritance. The 8th house does govern inheritances, the message of concern. Let's see. So there has been a running theme about be careful of exploitation. Be careful of the love interest that might be there to exploit sudden wealth, like from an inheritance is what it looks like. Otherwise, this same card has a double meaning where it's erotica, there's passion, intimacy, adult activity taking place. And so, let's continue to... Oh yeah, so see, speaking of, right after that, there's lovers. The lovers card there, card 15. All right. So we're looking at anticipation, and again, this is where the marriage card is too. And we're looking at some potential love, intimacy, Message of concern for anybody coming into some inheritances, and you might want, even if it's not inheritances, if there's a someone that could exploit the situation. And you know what? I'm just finally putting it together too, that we had been getting running storylines talking about someone in a position to bless their lover significantly. It looked like they were even planning to do so, but they had to test their lover. That's been a running theme throughout the readings for a while now. They were testing their lover. This is a scenario that would suggest, testing your person, because it keeps coming up, like, pay attention to the red flags, message of concern. There's a sudden wealth. Somebody's life can change. There's a, wealthy person or an official person, a very important person in your life. It looks like they could change the trajectory of your future. And also there was, we started to see the warnings, not just only for women, but also for men. There's gold digging men, and there's gold digging women, and there's exploitation on both sides. So let go of control issues, religious factors, release your eggs, reconciliation. It did look like a reconciliation, and very soon. Clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now. Getting to know each other. Alright, so the exploitation factor in that storyline, it seems to, I think, have a diminished aspect so far, like maybe around 20%, because mostly we're looking at love and a reconciliation here, getting to know each other, more common themes regarding love, and not so much concerns about the exploitations, but you want to be aware of that according to what's being clarified here. And let's see. Okay, you can clearly see waiting here, but let's see what else. Planning there is what it looks like too. Alright, but we're looking at great fortune again, and a journey. Alright, so waiting. So at some point, it's now, with context is everything, it's starting to look like waiting for like a mature date. I always thought that waiting was looking funny, being in the third position after all of this. Even after the marriage, it's like, what are you waiting for after you've already locked it in? Oh, well, now we're starting to look at, it looks like somebody might be running into some sudden wealth. Somebody's life is about to change. And this looks like a maturity date. Just waiting for those resources, those assets to mature. And then we're already looking at them going on a journey. So over here now with these Nine of Swords, it's starting to look like surprise. I felt anticipation right off the page, but surprise and planning and a giddiness, preparing for this abundance, for this life change, for a new journey, a pathway. That's interesting, you guys, because what was it, the card where I was like, wow, there's a journey there. There's a pathway, but I don't see the courtship where I would think I would see a courtship right there. But it was the pathway, it was the journey. And over there, I see a lot of hard work, but I don't see the toil and labor. So this money is coming easy. Why is it like that? Okay, so we're getting more context to explain how now it makes sense that, yeah, this looks like easy money coming. It looks like there's a maturity date, but let's start here. It looks like, the money is coming easy. We're also seeing that it looked like planning was going into here. And excitement, now we're starting to see excitement there. And over here, a journey. Your life is about to change. Waiting, anticipating, it's coming type energy. And then here, it looks like this is the maturity date. So now the flow is starting to make more sense in the progression. Like, why are they waiting over there at the end after putting all the work in? And then it looks like the proposal is right there. The marriage is right there. Okay, so let's also remember what was said about this Hierophant here. is that this is the marriage card, but it is also about contracts. Contracts. And it points to the second house as well. Taurus's house governs money, personal income. The eighth house talks about shared resources. Again, inheritances, insurance policies, taxes, shared resources. All right, so let's take a look, guys. We're just in the first house. So again, guys, I try to familiarize you guys with my process when inspired, when I have the time and energy to do so, to familiarize you, so when I go quick or whatever, you can grasp. And hopefully there's multifaceted content here for you to put your scenario there, if nothing else. So when you pull your cards, reminding you of the disclaimer here, don't take my word for it, take it with a grain of salt and do your own diligent resources. If you pull cards, I'm just showing you one method to do so and what to look for. For example, so the eighth house, we described symbolisms and what's governed in the eighth house, right? It is the death. We looked at potential inheritance. It looked like if somebody was about to transition and if they have a will and some insurances and/or inheritances, we saw a house make an appearance within the journey in one of our clarifying storylines. So the eighth house governs those type of things. The eighth house also governs life, rebirth, regeneration, sex, intimacy. We saw that there was some intimacy here. The anticipation and the yearning, it looked like there was intimacy over here as well. Of course, that's what is in Scorpio's house governed. Anyhow, in the first house, the house of the self, the house of the I am, first impressions. So in some cases, maybe, a person would want to just check out their own energy in the first house, maybe where they go, even if their sun sign is not Aries, and if they have inheritances coming or something to that effect, or if they're dating somebody, that is. But the eighth house would be somewhere that they could get information pertaining to that. Otherwise, for the Scorpio and Aries connections and the sun signs, that or whatever sign in your chart that you might be looking for this information, it looks like someone is working hard. It looks like they're planning, anticipating you to reconnect, or reconciliation is possible here, and they're planning. It looks like they're minded toward marriage. Reconciliation, marriage, they're working for it. Excited to come into your presence again. A surprise waiting for you. It's interesting though, with that, it almost looks like they know a surprise is coming. They're excited before they even get here. They're excited while it's still in the works. And it's interesting because it almost looks like they're surprised, they're building up, there's such anticipation for all of this Big Bang type energy. And it almost looks like there's a slight potential for disappointment. All right, so it looks like there might be a slight area for disappointment, which resonates with one of the general readings that we've seen in the first house, Aries. It was a general reading, so it was only for Aries in the first house. And also it showed up in the second house, which is Taurus's, and there may be other houses affected with this. But anyhow, I definitely noticed it in Aries initially because it's the first house, so it's the first place I looked anyway. And it looked like there was some sort of reaction to their persons energy, and behind the scenes it looked like their person had been preparing something for them behind the scenes, so it looked like a test. It looked like they were trying to test Aries to see if Aries was really worth, ready for, right for what they had in store. And it looked like uh Aries's response, the person had a hunch was going to be their response. And it almost looked like, what would happen if I told Aries no for the first time? Is Aries, now I just mentioned Aries, it could, it was a general reading, it was their house, that's why I said that. Is Aries just here for the money? What if there wasn't any money? So it almost looked like there was a test like that. For an example, like I said, I put a hypothetical, but I try to be objective so you can put your own storyline there if it resonates. But so you can see there looks like there's a build up, there's high anticipation. It almost looks like they were expecting it before they even came into it. And then it looks like there was a diminished, like a disappointment, like lackluster response, almost like, what is that? Definitely, what is that? It looks like, what am I supposed to do with that? And it almost looks a little disappointed too, you know. But anyhow, there's one storyline to be aware of. So, but let me develop that a little bit more with that being stated, because that was just a reading that I'm reminded of. It took place in the first house. Let me see. All right. And I'm looking at the bad health there again. Let me see what else. The bad health has a double meaning, though, because it could be the adult activities. Oh, and there's the coffin, though. So the bad health in the coffin. Oh my gosh. Okay, now here goes another storyline that is on the flip side. It is grief. Somebody is mourning. Oh, somebody is walking into a mourning situation. Mourning. Yeah, they're mourning. Someone transitioned. So they have a lot on their table. So you see how these readings can just be so transformative, dynamic in their interpretations. How it could just go from one extreme to another as well, depending on the storyline. So let's see, look at this here. Now you see here somebody is mourning and emotionally disoriented, and it looks like their person who transitioned over, because we've seen the bad health card make an appearance, and then we've seen the coffin make an appearance. So all of this again, contracts are here, and this would suggest that the person that was transitioning over had already prepared a will, had an inheritance for their person, and we're looking at mourning, also, just overwhelmedness. There's so much going on, surprise, shock, anticipation. And I was like, why does this energy proceed even before they get there? They look, you see, before they even get there. But in that case, that would resonate because the work has already been done before they get there. And they could be mourning and just overwhelmed with everything. And even in that case, it's like they're not necessarily putting in the work. They're moving through the motions. They're putting in some work, of course, but it looks like everything has already been prepared. And then again, about the maturity date, this still looks potentially like a maturity date, because we're looking at the potential here. We're not looking at the actualization of the pentacles. So energetically speaking, this is like a noun, and like the knight, are the the verbs, the actions behind it. That's one way to look at it. So I think I've given a couple different examples here, a couple different storylines to work with. And let's take a look now. But again, this could be like Aries, for an example. If they're dealing with some of the concepts that we discussed, this is a place where someone could get an independent reading for themselves by looking in the 8th house, for an example. Thank you guys for your patience and your support on the video. I appreciate you so much. And some of the commentaries are above my ability to answer at the moment. However, the Most High knows what we need before we even ask, and in your own prayer closets and stuff, I believe that at times leaving a comment like that, I do it realizing the Most High hears my prayers and sees my prayers. For those comments made in the chat that may be above my ability to answer right now, especially as I'm in the middle of doing a general reading for Scorpio. So next we'll move into the 2nd house for Taurus. Oh, and I forgot to mention about Scorpio in the 1st house, because I was taken aback when I seen the bad health card and then the casket make an appearance. But to go back to that bed, which is the bad health card in that deck, how it relates to adult content, intimacy taking place. If I still had those cards on the table, but I almost forgot to mention, yeah, it almost looked like someone could be taken aback because there was it could look transactional because somebody was looking forward to the intimacy in the connection, and then somebody might be taken aback by that, like, oh, what do you mean? You want to get intimate right now or right here, or you want me to do XYZ. There looked like there was a diminished response to what was the buildup that we saw, the preparation and the expectations that we saw. But that could be one potential too. I try to describe things vaguely, so if it resonates, you could put it in your own moral compass. My bad. Because I'll try not to taint it in a general reading according to my own biases, but present it if it resonates so that you guys can decide what to do, how to handle it if you were in a situation like that. The 2nd house, Taurus's house. So we'll look here at Scorpio's connections with Taurus, the 8th house and the 2nd house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for the 2nd house and the 8th house, Scorpio and Taurus. Okay, so I'm going to want to come back and work on this one, but speaking on what can be seen right now, these are the love oracles came out to describe the reading. There's an attraction, there's passion, and there's getting to know each other. So an attraction, there's passion, and getting to know each other. So you see that this connection is moving. Don't see any stagnation anywhere except for potentially in the third position where it's getting to know each other. It almost feels like there might be a tapering off, and diminished value, some dissonance in that area, because things seem to be getting off the ground really passionate and fiery, and maybe even quickly, in the beginning with the chemistry here and the attraction. And then you kind of see the tapering off energetically, potentially some diminished value here. But this is potential. I'm not sure. Well, that's why I said I want to rework this, because, to have the pentacles on the stage here moving, and then the Nine of Swords as a response, or, clarifying that. What about that? But again, reminded about the running storylines of someone being surprised. There's a surprise and there's a test. That's been a running theme going on. So that type of energy has kind of been consistent, where there's like this grand expectation and preparation, and then there's a diminished response or byproduct, and it's real curious. So let's see. So in the first position, we're looking at planning is what it looks like. But it looks kind of like more of an assessment, evaluating, an evaluation. They're looking at this pentacle tree, wondering if they should cut losses, wondering if it needs more nurturing, wondering if it's, on autopilot. You can set it and forget it type energy and get your residuals coming off that, but it looks like there's clarity in regard to this. The clarity is confirmed and clarified with the Seven of Pentacles. So after contemplation, planning, those assessments that were made, there's clarity. So it looks like there's a plan moving forward, decisiveness moving forward. So the second position has justice, and it was clarified with the Empress. So what we do have is both of these cards have Libra energy there. And this is also Taurus's energy here, and the Empress. And again, Libra's energy governs marriages, also partnerships, and even, rulings if there's some legal things going on. But let's see here. Justice. Clarified with passion. The Seven of Pentacles, the Ace of Swords, clarified with attraction. So there's a confirmation of attraction after assessment. So there's been that running storyline in the second house of Taurus making, testing their person, as had been described for a while, testing them, checking for their responses to substantiate maybe some hunch feelings, or maybe to, they're planning a surprise for their person, maybe an engagement or a vacation or maybe a present, whatever it was, an opportunity it could have been. And so some of that analysis that was going on was to tailor fit something, like you would go to a seamstress to have your garment fitted. So, and as we're progressing forward, we start seeing more marriage energy there with the Empress and the Justice. Like I said, if there was an opportunity, there's a place where you would get into the contractual agreement of it. Um, okay, etc. is being described there. And then you have this getting to know one another, like I said. So, you still. Alright, so as far as that bottom row, we're not looking at any diminished energy there. You're looking at the Seven Pentacles, the Seven of Pentacles, which is more of the analytical and the planning, the assessments being made. And then at the end of the trajectory, you have the Knight of Pentacles. So we have forward movement with momentum. So I don't see any diminished energy on the bottom row. And the Empress there, that's abundance. The Empress is abundant. The Empress is, she's entrepreneurial, she's fruitful, so that's the energy that would represent, um, the ground ripe for abundance, to take this plan and to plant the seeds and to come out with your abundance. So you don't see any diminished energy there. You see growth and prosperity there. And let's see, now that Nine of Swords, though, that was the curious part of the reading, and we touched on it a bit in progress. Let's isolate the Nine of Swords and see what we could see again. So I just want to look at the the Nine of Swords here. Let's take a look. Great fortune. Message of concern. Okay, and I'm being closed out, but I'm looking at the main male. Card number 1. There's bad health. And we described the double meaning. But then there's the coffin. And a change. And a pathway. And the Great Fortune. Pathway, card 35. Great Fortune, card 26. Sudden wealth. Alright, so with that, and you guys remember, I mentioned it before we even got to the second house. I think I mentioned it in the first house. I said we were looking at Taurus in the first house, and now we're, or the second house energies in the first house reading with Scorpio, and now we're in the second house with Scorpio and seeing similar energy there. So there could be an inheritance, there could be an engagement, all the things that was mentioned in the first house, a planning for a surprise, but not to get lost in the fact that we did see bad health and we seen the coffin, and so this looks like there could be the preparation similarly as described in our previous reading when we were in the first house with Scorpio. Also, that double, there's a double meaning in that bad health card. It's talking about intimacy, adult activity, erotica is there. But the confirmations that we've seen was heavily identical to the storyline that was talking about an inheritance. Because, and if it wasn't an inheritance, there was sudden wealth, and then there was the energy describing going on a journey, on a pathway, and there was the sudden wealth, and here, yeah, sudden wealth, great fortune. And then in that case, we were clarifying the Nine of Swords, and we seen grief at the same time, overwhelmedness because of everything that was going on. So we described that. That looks like a similar reading to what we seen in the first house with Scorpio. Let's see if there's anything else. I want to isolate the Nine of Swords. Okay, so the main male. That's also where I like to begin the cipher looking. Okay, great fortune, sudden wealth. All right, now being closed out. So without seeing the coffin, without seeing the bad health and or the bed, the adult activity. Great fortune, wealthy man, and the main man. Bad health, great honor, message of concern. So we also with that, the main man and the wealthy man at times makes an appearance to describe two lovers. And so in a message of concern, someone might have another lover that's in their energy, and they could also have a wealthy lover that came with great honor. We've seen that like an official person. So someone, there goes that testing again. For an example, somebody, there's been that message of concern, the eighth house and the second house too, this combination. Somebody might be testing to make sure that they're dealing with somebody worth the fact that they are wealthy. And for an example, with somebody that's dealing with multiple people, and somebody could be testing, hey, would you choose me, over the other person, or would you just treat me, XYZ dot dot dot. If I told you no, how would you respond? If I wasn't wealthy, how would you respond? Those type of tests. But again, pointing to the second house, which is the house that governs, it governs wealth, it governs prosperity, it governs money, income, and value systems. The wounded healer is currently in the second house too, which is a teachable moment when those energies combine to raise your value, raise your self-esteem, raise the value that you have for yourself. Your worth, your price is going up type of energy. And then Scorpio, again, that governs a house that you would look for, shared resources. So that energy is there. That clarifier was repeated. So we spent some time here in the second house looking at Scorpio's connections, and next we'll move to the third house in just a moment, which is Gemini's house with Scorpios. Okay, so here we are to do Scorpios and Gemini's reading, the 8th and 3rd house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Scorpio and Gemini. Knight of Fire, King of Pentacles. Alright, so we have a number of card combinations that came out sandwiched between the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Fire, headed towards the King of Pentacles and the Star card of wish fulfillment. So we're seeing the Knight en route, the Knight of Pentacles picking up speed, approaching the King of Pentacles and the Star card. So it looks like this energy is gaining some speed. So it looks like it's on its way with your name on it. With your name on it. Let's see. So here's the moon energy. Let's take a look at the card combinations that came out in its sequential order. The moon, the sun, the judgment. Okay, the world. All right. So as far as the major arcanas there, we're looking at the moon. All right. So this gives some context as to, for an example, we started out with the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving energy in the deck. Very intentional. You know, it is the slowest moving energy, so it takes some time, it takes some nurturing. This gives context to the fact that this has been a long time coming before it started picking up pace. And that resonates because in our first position, we have the Queen of Pentacles taking the stage. So for even the Queen of Pentacles to take the stage in the first place, this lets me know that this is something that has been a long time coming. And also it looks like it has, for it to be gaining some momentum, it's gone through a process of stages, of checks and balances, you know, rules, regulations, boundaries, expectations, and also with those governances comes the ability to define overstepping one's boundary crossings, overindulgences, toxicity, addictions, with those rules and regulations. But anyways, this has been a long time coming. This is something that has been nurtured and desired for a long time. Finally taking the stage. So it looks like it moved through a period of moon energy where there was uncertainty, and then it's moving through the sun. So now there's been exposés, there's been revelations, it's been blessed by the Most High. There's also conception possibly spoken of there. So we're looking at reconciliation and/or ruling made in your favor, and also the trials and lessons, you know, the ups and downs have rendered lessons. Let me check my security cameras. All right, so lessons had been learned here. And also moving into a new chapter, the world, ascending in one's karmic cipher. And so then you have a new start again with the reconciliations, opportunities, apologies, you know, and/or a brand new spark. But it almost looks like, I said, this has been a long time coming. It has longevity, so it looks like it's more likely to be a reconciliation, something coming towards you that has been a long time coming. I keep on saying that. And so here is the the distance. This lets us know that there is some distance, and your person, you and or your person or you both can start to see that coming towards you, that your energies are coming toward one another, and or whatever it is that you're focused on, as had been described, coming towards you as you stand on the dock of the bay waiting for your ships to come in. Here's the stability in the Four of Fire, housing for an example, but it describes being stable and prepared in the fire element. So this is in the physical, you know, not only with yourself but with others too. This could be housing, also relocations or coming together. And then there's the Five of Fire. So there's fights, arguing, or there's a issue and concern regarding the distance between the two of you. Sometimes that distance is actual physical distance, and then the challenge is how do we come closer together, like transportationally, and or the distance could be a philosophical one and having different ways of thinking. For an example, there could be arguing and maybe even fighting had taken place, is what's described. Otherwise, a blockage of a general sense for you to apply resonance if it does, if it sounds familiar to your storyline. And here again, this is, well, you know, after the fight, there's this potential of resolving your differences and coming to compromises. This could happen. Sometimes, basically, when I see this in my reading, it could be having one foot in and one foot out, you know, while someone is casually exploring their options. But if they're not exploring their options in this card, it could just be like platonic associations, a network, a supportive network. It could be talking about their daily routines, and at the end of the day, who they come home to, who they, you know, share their resources with, etc. Here's the Bachelor and or the Bachelorette when it comes into my readings. Otherwise, it describes, you know, defending oneself, standing on your square at a position of leverage, prepared to defend oneself. Then there's clearing the air, some communication that takes place, walls up. There could be some blockage, you know, some filtering out of energies, coming to a breaking point here. Context is everything as far as the likelihood of, you know, almost coming to a breaking point, but managing to salvage the connection or whatever it is one's working with, or actually dropping the load and cutting losses, etc. Context is everything. And then we have the Page of Fire on the stage. So it's open-ended and definitely worthy to continue working. But wanted to see that cipher, wanted to look closer because that's the purpose of me using a stacked deck, to see the sequential order and to see the elements and to see major and minor arcanas. So, you know, let's see. I'm going to work to get our second position, but all of those energies were sandwiched between intentional movement toward a wish fulfillment. So it looked like there was a vetting process, if nothing else, or this connection has definitely weathered some storms and gone through a lot together. And then we did see the Bachelor and or the Bachelorette card there, so it could also be different love interests. Looking at this being the third house and the eighth house. The third house, Gemini's house, communication, information, sometimes connections with siblings. And you know what? That was a pretty intense cipher in a connection, right? The third house points to siblings and those type of closer interpersonal connections, even including neighbors. But the reason I'm talking about that is because it could be siblings and extended family members, for an example. And we have been talking about inheritances and will, you know, somebody transitioning and had prepared their will. And so there could be some friction in regard to something like that, for an example, right? So anyhow, let's take a look and see what's going on. So we're looking at the Page of Pentacles making an appearance to consolidate what we've seen and to put it in a, you know, it came forth in a minor arcana, and we're still looking at Pentacles. It makes sense there, you know. So just reflecting back on the fact that we are, let's see, reflecting on the fact that what, let's see, we were looking at Pentacles in the first place, and then I had mentioned that over here we were looking at the King of Pentacles and the Star card, and then we're looking at these energies being sandwiched between the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Fire. So these energies are moving so quickly, right? It almost looks like whatever is here doesn't matter, because these sandwiched energies are moving forward. So I feel like this Page of Pentacles letting me know the card that goes to isolate everything on the table, it goes here. So the offer still stands. Is what that looks like there. So I'm going to go ahead and get our Page of Pentacles and put it on the stage there in the second position. Now, interestingly enough, you know, I always, maybe not exclusively always, but probably not. Whenever I start out with Pentacles, especially while working with the stacked deck, then when I, you know, look at the energies moving through intense transformations like as described there, and I see that there is a diminished aspect in that Pentacle, because it came on the stage as the Queen of Pentacles. Now we're coming out with the Page. However, and I just wanted to point that out, however and otherwise, this Queen of Pentacles, like I said, it has a reference to the 10th house, which governs rules, expectations, you know, regulations, and with that, boundaries, and then there's boundary crossings, you know, that are defined, toxicity, you know, overindulgences, da 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 da. So we could be looking at our Queen here because it points to the 10th house, talking about, you know, there's expectations, and then a Page coming out. So in a way, guys, how would that resonate with you when I say there's nouns and there's verbs? Verbs are action words, and nouns are the more concrete, you know, energetically speaking, of the word. Is this moving? Like, did the Queen go ahead and govern the Knight, the Page, to go on ahead and make this offer or make this suggestion? And then in that case, we're only going to see the Page, and then we're going to see the Knight making its way to the King. Let's get more context, though. I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but I just want you guys to kind of have some idea of how to look at the card combinations if you're using my technique to describe, you know, when you're looking in a stacked deck and it's sequential orders and etc. We had a Queen here, we got a Page on the stage. Let's get more context and see what comes next. Oh, yeah, there's the Three of Swords. Yeah, so there was some diminished aspect here. Queen, Page, Three of Swords. Yeah. what happened? We've seen a lot of conflict, though, take place right there. It looked like there was obstructive interferences. It looked like there was competitiveness. You know, difference. We've seen a lot. Let me see what else. I'm just going to look here in the page so I can move forward to look at the 3. Okay. Yeah, there goes the Justice. So, the balance, reciprocity, 50-50 give and take, justice. You know, litigations. Sometimes there's the legalities there. And we're looking at intentional. We're talking about a checklist. So let's see what else. Oh, there goes the Ten of Swords too. Yikes. And then we're looking at the Queen of Fire make an appearance. Points us to our first house. And we did look at the first house already. We're in the third house now. So this could be also be, you know, the transition of someone who passed away. In this deck, this is what that card would look like. And when dealing with the 8th house, you know, these are the concepts that are governed. So let's see. Other than that, though, this is like an issue that it appears that it's like beating a dead horse because it's gone, it's done, it is what it is. It's final. You know, that's what's being stated too. And also the other deck, after looking at the, you know, the bad health, then there was a coffin that made an appearance too, and that also symbolically refers to, okay, case closed, this is done. You know, you know, people might still be going back and forth about it, but it is what it is, you know, type energy. So let's see. Oh, let's see if there's anything else. So the Queen of Fire made an appearance there. That's Aries energy. It points to the first house. Otherwise, it's forward movement. You know, we're looking at fire energy. This embodiment here, the Queen of Fire, is charming, charismatic, passionate. You know, action is on the table now. Looking at it in the suit. So action. So like I said, you know what, guys? With that part making an appearance, when I paused and I said, you know, do you see a noun here? Or do you see a verb? You know, something that's concrete, it's solid, energetically speaking, versus a verb, it's action, it's moving. Well, here, with the page being clarified, I have movement there. So there, that was like a question. A dun 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 dun. Here's the answer. Okay, there's movement. It's a verb. It's an offer. All right, and that closes the confirmations, the clarifiers I was getting here. So now I can move, because here's the card that I usually get closed out. The Holy Spirit will close me out with that one, so I can move to the Three of Swords, which is where I wanted to move to. Alright, so we're looking at the page again, and we've explored why the page is on the stage. Okay, and we have the moon. Alright, so in some cases, and we have explored a storyline in the first house, and you know, in other places where the second house actually too, where there was some disappointment about the uncertainty. The uncertainty around the Seven of Cups. You remember there was the Nine of Swords, and the Nine of Swords was clarified with the Seven of Cups, or vice versa. But yeah, that Three of Swords is producing a moon energy. That's uncertainty. So there's disappointment in that too. So it looks like there's not necessarily a hard yes or a hard no. It kind of reminds me too of what we've seen in the first house, where it looked like we were still on a cliffhanger, to be continued type, like what's going to happen next. All right, so there's moon energy there. We already seen basically some potential rivalry, some competitiveness, for example. So there's the Three of Swords, which implies obstructive interferences depending on the context. And then we were speaking of the Seven of Cups. Yeah, that was giving, the unknown, the emotional overwhelmness, and also potentially chaos, and somebody trying to establish order in the chaos is what it looks like, or someone being overwhelmed by the disorder. But let's take a look there. Otherwise, we also actually seen more so in context when that Seven of Cups made an appearance. The Seven of Pentacles was there, so someone, could have been overwhelmed, but it almost looked like they were in a field of expertise, or they were just gifted, or for whatever reason was able to make order out of the potential chaos or disorder. And not only that, it looks like they had plans, they could tailor fit, etc. was happening there. So let's take a look. Let's continue. All right. So here comes the Ten of Fire, which represents coming to a breaking point and or having the tenacity. There's a lot of, weight there, but they may have enough prowessness to get it off of the ground. We're also looking at the fire there, where there's action and there's movement. And that closes me out with those clarifiers. So, yeah, overall, it looked like there's some disappointment and some heartbreak, and it points to the violations that we had seen clarified in the second position, and also, some disappointment. It almost looked like, man, this was coming, it was headed in our direction, and or it was headed in my, the collective. And now there's a delay, or there's a stall, or there's a divvying up, or there's a dissipation, a diminished quality, or diminished quantity, or whatever have you. But this is the trajectory of what we're looking at so far, and that was pretty intense because we're just getting 3 cards on the stage. We haven't even, well, we did kind of work, yeah, we worked on them. Well, let's see. I want to pull some more cards though. So we'll put a pin in the previous reading as a finished one and get some clarifiers. Alright guys, so here about the clarifier about this page, when we were paused there working in the second placement in regard to the page, remember even the deck fell apart and we saw all of that static going on. So I'm getting another clarifier here of the Five of Fire, so you can see the static, you can see the conflict, you can see the dissonance there. So there's that clarifier. We already went through it extensively, so there's that. And we were also seeing here, I just pulled another from another deck. I feel like this also confirms that it was headed, with momentum forward, moving forward in the trajectory and the way energy was moving through the house. But then it hit this stagnation, it hit this dissonance right here. So I feel like there's a confirmation that things were in alignment to move forward, but now here's some obstructive dissonance making an appearance there. And these clarifiers, it seems to somewhat point to, in some cases, it's a done deal just like that. And remember, even when we initially got the page of Pentacles, it was looking like that's a done deal, though. Looks like that's a done deal. What's going to happen in the near future is kind of on a cliffhanger, kind of left up in the air. So I feel like that clarifier there seems like there's the verdict stands, but we may have to wait in time to see how it fulfills. But remember, in the other reading, there was a maturity date as well. There was a maturity date. Huh. So in the context of a will, for an example, or an inheritance, or whatever else was planned, it looks like we had already seen, like in the case of an inheritance, when someone transitioned, the will has already been established, and it is what it is. But those who are in contest about it are waiting for the maturity date. And so that Three of Swords there also resonates to just talk about the disappointment. There's probably disappointment in the fact, yeah, that in the static, that the static even had to take place. And you just, I like to leave it as objective as possible so that storylines can fit if and when possible. If and when it resonates. Okay, babies. All right. Let's see. Okay, so those are my dogs were barking. Sometimes it sounds like they're telling me to be quiet. I'll be telling them to be quiet. Telling me to be quiet. Keep your ghosty on. Let's see here. I am curious to see what the Love Oracle says. All right. So our love oracles. Let's see here. Make the effort. So then it says true love, and then it says getting to know one another. Make the effort, true love, and getting to know one another. So in a connection, with Gemini and Scorpio, make the effort. Remember, there was a checklist here. Somebody is sure about what they want. They're dating with intention. They want a serious connection. They're very careful. And it looks like there's also a high potential of, within the carefulness and selectiveness that they exhibit, because they have a lot at stake. For an example, for the wealthy person who doesn't want to just be exploited, basically. They don't want to be exploited. So they're not necessarily leading with their wealth. They're testing their person. That's some of the, that's some content in the storyline. But anyhow, it's like they have their checklist, and hope you can see that on the table. They have their checklist, checking it off. Some make it through, some don't in this connection. But we're focused on the true love. So, and all of that dissonance and, back and forth that was described there, there's true love. So that has me focused on the Magician that was here and the Page of Pentacles. You know, what is coming into alignment with divine timing. It looks like, and it's moving into getting to know one another. So, getting to know one another. And then we're having the page here. And both of these, you know, second and third placements is the page. So as far as there being the question of, did the value diminish? Did the value diminish? I would say there with that clarifier, it says no. It didn't diminish, because we're basically looking at the queen having the checklist and then launching her court. And she launched the page first, and it was clarified that the page has action behind it. It's not a page as far as, you know, representing a diminished aspect of quality, but a page representing actions. You know, there's action behind that page, a love offer, an opportunity presenting. And so there wasn't a diminished in quality there. And we have the queen that was assessing which court card to send. I mean, she could have sent a knight, but the question is, you know, right here is where the decision, the ruling, the Ace of Swords being here, you know, the assessment was being made right here. And then she, okay, now, hold on. Okay, now I need you to stop barking, okay? Be quiet. Okay, so here's where the assessment, the ruling was made. She decided, it's energy specific, not gender specific, to launch a page. And so to have the page still moving, there's not a diminished value. It's not a diminished value. Especially if, you know, I mean, of course, she could have launched out a knight, but I think the knight would, in this case, probably represent speed. And I just really can't see in context she's sending a knight. Now, that would be kind of irrelevant to the storyline, because we kind of see night energy in its own, in the atmosphere. Even this page being clarified by the Queen of Fire, for example, the combination of a Queen of Fire and the Page of Pentacles gives night energy, you know. So anyhow, it just feels like it's the first stage in progression. Like there's a phase 1, there's a phase 2, there's a phase 3, for an example. First phase, first stage. But guys, I like to talk in this type of way and then remind myself and others in the audience, this is an energy reading. So I like to describe it in this subjective way so that you can find resonance and context if it does. For your particular storyline. And then talking about the stages and the phases and the maturity date type energy, whatever is governed in the contractual agreement, for those situations that resonate. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to take a look at that with you guys. We'll go ahead and move to our 4th house in just a moment. And of course, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for your support on the channel and on the video. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat. It is really great to see the channel growing, so I definitely appreciate your support. Let's see. Yeah, thank you. All right, moving to our fourth house for the Cancerian here. Cancers and Scorpio, the fourth and eighth house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Scorpio and Cancer, the fourth and eighth house. Let's see here. All right, so Scorpio, Cancerian. All right, so in Cancer's house in our general readings, we had seen, there goes that, what's your name on it? We've seen something coming towards Cancer and running storylines for some time now. And I've probably been repeating this because it tickled me so much how at first it was like, oh my gosh, Cancer, something's coming towards you. It looks like you've waited for it, nurtured it, at least in the past, because it almost looks like you forgot all about it. You might have given up on it. Maybe you've decided that you don't want it anymore. But whatever it is and however you feel about it, it's coming, Cancer. It almost looks like you might not be prepared. Is that a missed opportunity? You know, now is the time for you to hone into, you know, yourself and figure what that is that's coming. Hey, pray about it and decide whether or not you want it. It looks like it has potential in some cases to knock you off your square, especially if you're not prepared to meet it. There goes the card that talks about standing on your square at a position of leverage. Said it looked like it has the potential to knock you off your square, especially if you're not prepared to meet it. I don't know, something about it looks like it could be toxic. It could have had some, you know, maybe it doesn't fit you anymore. But whatever it is, pray about it. If it is something that you want, you kind of forgot about it, maybe you gave up on it. Dust yourself off and get ready to receive it, because it almost looks like, too, if it's something that you do want, you might not be ready to receive it. You might not know how to handle it. And then I see you feeling quite regretful about that missed opportunity. So it's really nice, and it tickles me to see, look at Cancer's energy. Progressively, the energy is prepared. The energy is ready to receive it, to either block it or to receive it and not to mishandle it. What you do see here is potentially in a storyline. It reminds me about timing. It almost looked like, for an example, if this is something Cancer wanted and was nurturing in the past, kind of might have forgot about it later on, gave up on it. It looked like in the past there was a high likelihood that the timing was off. So you see here is the Magician. So that's the embodiment that describes timing, and alignment. Divine timing, by the way, alignment and synchronicities. This is the timing that suggests you've met Mr. and or Mrs. Right. So you see here, these two are technically a match. However, this here, this is a good high quality candidate. It looks like there's multiple people, potentially in a storyline, multiple people of interest. And this card right here is also my bachelor and or my bachelorette card. So there's dating. So this position here also looks like there's vetting taking place. So there could be multiple love offers in the dynamic. And we're looking at intentional dating, intentional love offers of quality coming toward Cancer. If this is Cancer's reading and we're looking at it in the 8th house. Otherwise, if this is Cancer meeting their Scorpios meeting their Cancerians, let's take a look at what's going on here. So we're looking at, it looks like intentional dating with the mindset that this relationship has longevity, it has sustainability, and it moves to a higher level of commitment. These are what is intentioned here, and moving towards your connection with momentum. We have the Knight, and the Knight clarified with the Page. So this is an offer in motion, moving through your connection. So if there was a timing issue in the past, it looks like your connection is ready to meet the timing issue with the 7 of Fire standing on your square at a position of leverage. This connection might level you up vibrationally speaking. Looking at the Page down here, a Knight up here, and a leveling up where your timing could meet and come into alignment. But then you also have the option of, generally speaking, especially when there's multiple people of interest, sometimes when we see the Magician and the High Priestess, it's a dynamic that can describe an open relationship. It has a lot of passion and, chemistry here, but the potential of longevity sometimes is unsubstantiated. Maybe the potential for longevity is not there. They're more so just dating, not very intentional. They just like to hook up and have passionate moments together, or even when they link up and have a meeting of the mind, they might have a spiritual love connection, but it's, it lacks when it comes to longevity, when it comes to maybe entering into a marriage. So that could be something that this house is dealing with. And so with that being stated too, it could take a little while for the two of you to get on the same page. So here we're already looking at the King of Pentacles here, and so it just could take some while to get on the same page. Like, hey, I want us to be serious. You know, maybe there's a proposal here. I want us to be serious. You know, can you release your ex type energy? So here, there's the potential for that to happen with the magician being there. The magician with the timing and the synchronicity, manifestation is possible here. Your prayers answered. So you could be met with your match. Hey, can we get more serious with our relationship? Do you see potential, like a proposal, basically? And then that could happen. So that's how the energy is moving through this house as I see it off the page with its clarifiers too. Looking at Cancer and Scorpio connections right now. Looks like it's progressing to a higher level of commitment. Looks like you guys could have met and started getting to know one another. Currently the connection could be opened as described, just enjoying each other, but one of you starts feeling the other and either altogether get more serious in your dating life, and you could start entertaining someone else that's also serious and has a like mind to you, or maybe your person that you're dealing with decides to get serious with you, and you guys have your connection. But that's what this looks like. Now let's see. See. Now, as far as looking, because so far in this house, in the 8th house, which is the house that we're working on for Scorpio right now, there has been a message as it relates to the symbolisms embedded in the signs themselves. So, like, how would you look at the 4th house and the 8th house? There's been a running storyline throughout the houses so far, and we have seen, and some of the inheritances that are coming forth is housing. A house keeps making an appearance, right? The 4th house actually governs housing, the house, the nucleus, the family. Also, Genesis stories, like someone's origin story, like their inner child, for an example, on a spiritual, ethereal level, too, as far as inner child. But I'm just exploring other aspects of what the 4th house pertains to. And then its relationship in the 8th house. Especially, there's been the running theme of a storyline in regard to inheritances in a will and insurances, policies, sudden wealth. So you could be looking at that. And then remember how we were talking about a timing? Looks like there was some timing innuendos in this reading. And we have been seeing a running storyline throughout our houses of a maturity date. So you could see here that resonance there. Okay, so let's see. What else? I think a lot of us like to know in our love readings, what is the potential of a reconciliation, especially for connections that are currently in no contact, or there's some distance between the two of you? The opportunity for reconciliation would be potentially like right there. Yeah, because there's a vetting process taking place over here. So where's my deck I like to use? So let me look right here and see. I'll look in all of these places and look for a reconciliation opportunity. And for that matter, see what we can see. Remember when we mentioned the housing? There's the house right here showing up. All right. So with that also reminds me too, with that clarifier making an appearance there, there could be in your connection between Scorpio and Cancer, you guys could be looking for housing together. All right. You guys could be looking or working towards housing concerns. Let's see what else. The Four of Fire. Like you might be thinking about moving in together, relocating, but also the housing that we talked about that you would see in a 4th and 8th house reading as described. So they're pointing us over here to the Magician. So over here, this placement is moving right over here to the Magician area, which we have already described that as representing maturity date. But here's where things start to come into fruition. Alignment, synchronicity, the perfect time to meet Mr. and Mrs. Right. Okay, the housing making an appearance again. Magician making an appearance again, so that's being repeated. All right, and then there's the Seven of Fire. So when I see the Seven of Fire, which is a card that's on the stage, the Holy Spirit could be moving me right over here. And since we've seen so many repeat energies of the same thing, we'll move right here next. Start looking over here. All right, look at, and then I'm being closed out. All right, so that was all that was being stated. We're ready to move here. Okay, so we're looking at the Eight of Fire, some clearing the air, communication around here. So as far as the opportunity for reconciliation, it looks like communication is taking place and being represented. Communication, clearing the air. Like I said, this looks like the dating and the vetting process taking place over here. So let's see what else. Oh, there goes the Wheel of Fortune. So it reminds me of what was seen and mentioned in Cancer's reading especially. But I'm also remembering, I mentioned Cancer more than Scorpio, but Scorpio too have had some intense readings as well in love and yeah. And so now that I'm looking at it here in a Cancer connection, there could be a running storyline between the two of you. It's not that far-fetched. But anyhow, there goes the Wheel of Fortune, because specifically I remember saying this in Cancer's reading. It looks like something was coming towards you, and it also looked like it had the potential to knock you off your square, especially if you're not ready to receive it. And also it looked like it could have had a familiar karmic pattern from the past that could be, it could blindside you, it could trip you, it could cause a delay. That's what was said. It could cause a delay, Cancer, because I see something coming towards you and it's got your name on it, and it looks like with or without this person of interest, but the person of interest could destabilize you, knock you off your square, and then you could be out of timing, out of sync to receive what does have your name on it, what is for you, what's coming for you regardless. So as I'm working to clarify this position where you have the Seven of Fire, which is what I call standing on your square, the position of leverage, and it's so beautiful. I continue to tickle myself to see Cancer's energy getting very strong, present, aware, prepared. The High Priestess is there supporting this connection, standing on your square, the position of leverage, and also independently between the two of you as bachelors and or bachelorette. There's we're talking about a reconciliation. So there's the Wheel of Fortune. It points us back. That's the spin cycle. Points us back to our other storylines and our general daily readings that we have been doing. Yeah. prepare for someone coming back to you. So we're feeling in the energies before seeing the actual card of reconciliation. Someone from the past coming back, feeling the energy before we're seeing them take the stage. Yeah, it looks like they could potentially come with the 15 major arcana, aka the devil card energy. If you're having your standards, your expectations, looking at this first position with all the pinnacles, but the pinnacles have already been launched and they're in movement. They're moving towards you. Anyways, your expectations, your boundaries, and this potential person has a tendency to become toxic and, destabilizing, disorienting, knocking you off your square. So be prepared for that. We have the Wheel of Fortune energy, a major arcana. So as far as like that energy could be destabilizing, but we're being supported there with the High Priestess. This is the spin cycle. That's what I call the spin cycle. When you put your dirty laundry into the wash and the impurities are washed out, and then in the rinse, it's flushed out and rinsed and purified. Your clean laundry comes out of that spin cycle, which is what you want to come out of it. So, but again, if you're not prepared and if you're undecided about what you want, and if you don't stand for something, you stand for anything type energy, well, that could be destabilizing. So we have that. Let's see what else. Okay, the Nine of Swords making an appearance there. And the Five of Pentacles. Standing out in the cold, weathering the storm on their own. And there's some regret and there's some grief there, but it looks like some rejection. All right, so can you see that energy, how it can very well be destabilizing with everything that's been stated? If there was rejection around right when you're standing your ground and supported by the High Priestess, and this rejection and this depression and this stress. Let's see though, I have to make a self-correction because in one of my streams I interpreted the Nine of Swords, which I feel so silly doing that now, but as the Sun in Gemini, when it is actually Mars in Gemini. I was describing it as the Sun. However, because I do the sequential orders in the stacked deck, and I'm looking at, the Sun is in progress, the Sun is coming, but the Mars has been in Gemini for some time. Mars finally exited Gemini. It's no longer in Gemini anymore. Thankfully, I rechecked it the other day, especially when I noticed that's not the Sun yet, but it's the Nine of Swords. So the Ten of Swords is the next card in progression. But let's see, I'm going to pull up the chart of the moment to see again where Mars is now. It was in Gemini, and the Nine of Swords is Mars in Gemini. Yeah, let's see, it's still, Mars is still in Gemini. Yeah, Mars is in Gemini. So Mars is currently in Gemini, but the date there, let's see. Oh yeah, that's why I said the 10 of, I thought it was the 10, but hold on. Sun in Gemini is, the 10 of Swords is the Sun in Gemini. The 9 of Swords is Mars in Gemini. So Mars is currently in Gemini at 23 degrees. And what else is going on? You see, guys, I continue to have said Venus is in Virgo. Venus is in Virgo right now. So there's that at 25 degrees. Oh, Mercury, by the way, is in Cancer right now, 20 degrees. And where is what's going on in Scorpio? Scorpio. It looks like Scorpio is pretty cool right now. Let's see. One of the. Alright. I don't have the chart unless this is the one. I don't want to take too much time, you guys. I could really geek out on this stuff and take too long. So, let me get going. Mars. But anyhow, Five of Pentacles, Nine of Swords. Want it to be seen here. Left out in the cold type energy. Alright. That rejection. So that energy did look destabilizing. And then you have the energy coming into alignment though with your name on it, and there's celebration while you're standing on your square at a position of leverage. The Three of Cups, celebration. Okay, the Ace of Fire, a new beginning. And there's that's the reconciliation. All right, so I almost forgot not to mention any particular signs because all signs are present in a general reading like this. So even though I was looking at, oh, I forgot to finish my thought. I was looking at Gemini's energy, where Mars is and where the sun is, because that's a swords energy, and the swords represent information, logic, communication. And so when I seen the sun there, context is everything, but it looked like a good energy for epiphanies, higher understanding, to take place. Mars being there too, it could also just, if anybody was dealing with some dissonance in the connection, as we're kind of looking at, Mars is kind of like a retrograded energy. It depends, but in the Mercury, in the information, in the communication, lack of, having misunderstandings, for an example. So right before the eureka moment, right before the clarity, this is where you could look at the planetary positions and get some context and understanding about what's going on. But where we're looking at a reconciliation, so that's why I wanted to focus more on the symbolisms in the Ten of Swords, the Nine of Swords. And then for reconciliation, there goes the Ace of Fire. So that's a new start. That's a love offer. That's someone apologizing or making an olive branch, reaching out. Okay. So here is a Tower, 16 major arcana. So then we did see that there is potential for destabilization, rejection, the Five of Pentacles, feeling left out in the cold. And also clearly this would be destabilizing to knock one off of their square, except for there is help where the High Priestess is there. And the High Priestess is there. And guys, kind of feeling some Hangman energy before we see the Hangman, just because there was a similar energy found in the 12th house. In the 12th house, it has Hangman symbolism there, where it looked like the 12th house, those in the 12th house with the energy that looked like that literally was planting seeds. Matter of fact, they had the Knight. They had the Knight rushing in and headed toward a tower, and some of them were planting their seeds right there. And it culminated into, moon energy. You got to check it out. It was in the 12th house. It looked like a general reading for the 12th house. But anyhow, they were manifesting It was clearly a breakdown for a breakthrough, and sequential order after the tower is the wish fulfillment. But then again, there was also a highlighted area of concern. Pay attention to the red flags, because there could be an instant loss of value. So you have to use your discernment and see where the storyline resonates, if and when it does. Let's see if there's anything else to clarify this placement here. Okay, and we're looking at the Ten of Swords. So again, that looks defeated, but there's a dual context here in translation, where this is the adult activity taking place, and erotica is here. This is the bedroom, or there is there's that tower moment, and there's the aftermath, and this is a dead horse. Maybe someone keeps beating it, but I mean, in some cases it depends. Like in Pisces, where I say Pisces, but we're in the 4th and 8th house, Scorpio and Cancer. Pisces is the other water sign. Definitely was feeling all the water signs in that moon energy. But the Knight of Pentacles was rushing in. I mentioned Pisces, but I mean to look at the 12th house, where the Hangman type energy is. Caught up in the spirit, and epiphanies are being, had, understanding, thinking outside of the box. A wonderful time for masterpieces to be produced and cutting edge technology type energy being. It's a lot, or we're looking at, the transition that could be represented in that Ten of Swords too. Some health concerns. And now we're being moved to the King of Pentacles, which is over here with the Magician. Okay, but with us looking at that King of Pentacles, the storyline didn't close me out. It showed the Hierophant, so marriage. So for those connections that make it this far, make it through the vetting process. So where was the opportunity for reconciliation? Indeed, it's in the second place. That's where I was feeling it showed up first of all. And also marriages, there's connections here. You could be in a marriage or moving the connection to marriage and or an engagement, a proposal. Right here. And contracts, and as we had been discussing about the 8th house Scorpio energy for inheritances, etc. And then here goes the highlighted area of concern again. Pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention for areas for exploitation. Both men and women, beware of the male gold diggers, the women that might be gold diggers. Beware of someone trying to exploit this situation. Even within oneself, all right, the next card here is Seven of Pentacles. So again, with the vetting process and, making a list, checking it twice. All right, so here it alludes to, which we've already discussed in this live stream, that there's potentially multiple love offers here. This is the Seven of Pentacles, so it's like for every love offer, there's potential for a commitment. For the bachelor and or the bachelorette, and or there's one main, and or it's talking about, the dwindling down of those options, releasing your ex type energy. Reminded me of the Ten of Fire that we had seen, and coming to a breaking point where, will you cut your losses? Will you just drop it all of the load and finish, off with your person? Seven of Pentacles. Do you want to accept your lover that's coming back from the past? Or do you want to accept this new love offer that's coming towards you? Type energy. So that's a confirmation of what was described here in the Seven of Fire and the High Priestess. And now I'm being closed out as far as those clarifiers are concerned. And we were pointed to the King of Pentacles there while working this second position. So let's take a look here and see this card placement, the third placement. Okay, the King of Fire takes the stage. The King of Fire points to the 5th house. Leo's house governs romance and courtship. Let's see what else. We also did talk about how the Magician, you know, and the Magician's counterpart tends to be the High Priestess. They're a match. And then there's another person of interest here on the table, King of Pentacles. He's not shabby. Matter of fact, we see the King of Pentacles here pointing us to move into that placement. And now we're looking at the King of Fire too. So there's options. There's lovers coming onto this table. But we talked about the Magician, how context is everything, but he could be a playboy, he could be a finesser, and or he could be a passionate lover that's not ready for a commitment with the High Priestess energy. Energy specific, not gender specific, depending on context and how it might resonate in your storyline. Let's see here, the King of Fire. So the King of Fire, you know, he tends to come on the stage to represent a playboy and a lover boy. And we already was looking at the King of Pentacles moving us over here, so there could be a choice. Are you going to choose the lover boy? Are you going to choose the stable partner that wants marriage and wants longevity, wants something sustainable? And then we also did see in some of our storylines here that there's potentially a wealthy man and has a lot to give and also has a lot to lose. Again, pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention to exploitation, both men and women. Be careful of the male gold diggers and women who are gold diggers. But anyhow, there's a wealthy man, and in some storylines, we're looking at him testing his love options. He's not necessarily leading with his money or his wealth, but he does have the intention to bless. I don't even know if it's his intention to do that. They're just, it could just be a natural byproduct of who he is and what he's looking for. But his person of interest likely will have their life changed with him. But you know, in these storylines was really talking about, in some cases, he was in a dynamic where his person of interest needed to release their ex. Needed to release their ex. And it looked like a test, in some cases, a test. Are you really going to put me in a dynamic where you think I'm going to compete with this lover boy? And you coming at me as a lover girl? Or, we talked about it, you know, or are you interested to take our connection to a higher level of commitment? The King of Fire makes an appearance to clarify this place. What else? Oh, there goes the 15 major arcana, describing boundaries, rules, regulations, expectations, and also the violation of boundaries. Which then starts to define toxicity, overindulgences, addictions. And also this is where you would find erotica and passion. So that's making its place over here on the stage. Even after this vetting process, But I feel like that gives some some context to where, in the case of an inheritance, for an example, or someone checking their list, but in the case of an inheritance, for an example, or whatever gift opportunity is presented, we talked about it going through a vetting stage, but then there's also a maturity date. And then we also talked about the dynamic that could be destabilizing and knocking our person off of their square where they're unable to receive, what's got their name on it, the gift, the opportunity. So there goes that 15 major arcana. Ten of Swords again, we've gone over it. Ace of Fire, we've gone over it, a new start. The opportunity for a new start. The Hermit making an appearance, that's currently where Venus is also, by the way. The Planet of Love, we talked about the Ten of Swords making an appearance there. The Page of Pentacles over here. Okay, and I'm being closed out. So, a lot of different energy made its appearance over there, but there we're looking at the Magician, which is talking about things coming into alignment, the perfect time to meet Mr. or Mrs. Right, prayers answered, the manifestation a stage of manifestation, abundance, synchronicities. So with all of that diverse energy that made its appearance to clarify that third position, yeah, no wonder we have seen the Five of Pentacles and Nine of Swords type energy. Someone left out in the cold. Someone doesn't make the vetting process, and some do. So it kind of feels like I'm left on a cliffhanger even there. But again, with that whole storyline talking about you want to be prepared because it looks like even if this is a desired offer coming, there's potential to not be prepared for it. That almost is what that looks like, being clarified in that third position with all of the diverse energy there. That almost looks like that's not the position to be seeing all that diverse energy. That's a position to see something more like the Ace of Swords, clarity, preparation, the receive, gratitude, the receive, the celebration, the Three of Cups, the Two of Cups, or something. Not all of that sporadic energy there. But now let's see here. So what does this say for Scorpio and Cancer connections? Looks like you guys are progressing in your connection. It looks like there's a high potential to raise the frequency and the vibration in this connection to a higher level of commitment, even to marriage as described. And then, here, this is the type of card combination that you want to see around the Magician, around, divine timing. The King of Pentacles is very much prepared to be in alignment with the Magician and to have the success and the abundance that you desired, that we're looking at being launched here in the first position. So the Knight of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, moves, upgrades the Magician and/or complements the Magician, with preparation and opportunity being the recipe for success, and a Page upgrading to a King at the end of the day, with the ability to even raise the status, the energetic level and resonance of the High Priestess. And they becoming dynamic together, abundant together, a power couple together, passionate lovers, because we've seen all of those repeated themes of the Ten of Swords, where like, and that 15 major arcana, that's adult activities, that's adult content there too. So we don't want to forget about that part of the equation for some storylines. So that's what we have here for the 4th and 8th house, Cancer and Scorpio connections. Next, we'll move into our 5th house, which is Leo. feeling the energy in that 12th house. Here goes that card. That has the association with the 12th house. Okay, so now we're in the 5th house for Leo and Scorpio connections, aka the 8th house. Let's see. Okay, so for this connection here, oopsies. Okay, so this is the 5th house. The 5th house governs romance and courtships. Okay. And it's the 8th house, Scorpio's house. Governs so many things in that 8th house there. Leo and Scorpio. But the reason I said it is because, whew, guys, you know what? It's okay. I was going to take my time. The reading so far lately, it has been talking about great wealth. It's been talking about a wealthy person of interest coming into your world, or you being that wealthy person coming into your love interest's life. And also there has been a highlighted area of concern to watch out for exploitation. Okay, pay attention to the red flags. Oh, look at, there's the 7 of Swords on top of that deck. I didn't even notice over there until just now. Speaking of, that's the stringing along, lying, manipulating card. So anyways, said all that to say now, if somebody was to look at that type of energy, an astrologer and/or a seer may look in the 5th and 8th house, because that 8th house deals with other people's money. So inheritances, but also taxes and insurances. But anyway, and then the 5th house governs, along with romance and courtship, it also governs risky behavior, risky investments like gambling, you know, it also governs, since we're listing stuff, it does govern conception in children, is where an astrologer or seer would look for that information too, okay? So, because there has been such a height emphasis lately in regard to these type of connections, this is the house where you would get more information about it. So, we're coming on the stage here with the Ten of Pentacles, which is the height of energy on the totem pole, and the Suit of Pentacles. So you have the Ten of Pentacles, it's being confirmed with the King of Pentacles. So, yes, that's a confirmation in the first position. The second position, we have the Empress, and the Empress is being clarified with the Three of Fire, which is manifestation, embodiment, magnetic attraction. Magnetic attraction is there. The current in the illustration, and the Three of Fire is standing on the edge of the dock of the bay waiting for their ships to come in. And this is what's being clarified as the Empress. Energetically, though, we're looking at the Ten of Pentacles, which is, the height, describing preparation and abundance, the resources available to launch anyone's dreams. And then so we have that moving into a state in the second position of abundance and fruitile. It's fertile ground there, and it's magnetically attracted to you. You're attracted to it. So speaking on a place where you would look and get information about conception, for an example, if somebody was interested in that, it looks like there's fertile, you could conceive here. So sometimes there's a highlighted area of concern too. Watch out. Seven of Swords is there too. Watch out for any trappings, someone with intentions to, to exploit a situation. Watch out for that. Let's see here. So, with all of that being said, in its context, then we have moving away from a toxic situation, and we have what looks like a potential for a missed opportunity, but context is everything. If we've described, maybe there's exploitation, paying attention to the red flags, and someone coming on the stage with apathy and abandonment is what it almost looks like, a missed opportunity. Or is that abandonment, somebody, taking off and leaving? And why would you see anybody take off or leave when there's such abundance on the scene and prosperity on the scene? Why would you suddenly look at apathy and taking off and leaving? So, context is everything. But in the suit of looking at, is it a good time to make a risky investment? So this follows up with a running storyline that we had been seeing, where there was a moment where we were seeing a no, it's not a good time for risky investments now, but it looks like there's a window of opportunity approaching. That window of opportunity has approached, and it's on the scene, it's on the stage, it's being represented right now. And then over here, it starts to look like now that window of opportunity is about to close. That's how you would interpret that translation. There's a window of opportunity where it says, yeah, risky investments. Looks like a yes. But it looks like a window of opportunity where that is starting to taper off. So you see people, for an example, taking their winnings and bailing out. So that's one way to look at that. But if it's not like necessarily gambling, but whatever context, if somebody is fertile and, conception is on the horizon, somebody may decide to take contraceptives and avoid that scenario because the situation might not be conducive to, to produce at that time. They might say yay, they might say nay. They might say yay, they might say nay. But this reading points more to, it looks risky because potentially, for an example, the person in your midst may be exploiting the situation. They get their value and then they start moving on. And it looks like in context, if that's the storyline, they would move on potentially without, right up under your nose. Like they would already had secured the bag and started moving on. before you even realize what was done. This is what the storyline may suggest. Be careful. That's what it would look like to me without any clarifier. So with that, I do want to go over here and thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. It is so nice to see the channel grow, and I appreciate you so much. With all of this being so clear, but here over here, there's some suspense and we're kind of left on a cliffhanger. I want to work on this area and start clarifying it and see what else might be seen there. Alright, so we've been seeing that house make an appearance, especially when we're talking about an inheritance. So let's see what else. Okay, and then I'm being cleared out. So, you know, now, well, the 8th house deals with other people's money. So there's an example of that. There's an example of that. We already set up the dominoes. We already speculated the outcome, and then we clarified it and seen a house. So somebody could be taken off with the house. Now, context is everything, right? So let me show you. Let me show you. Context is everything. Okay. Context is everything. So here are two different deck illustrators. So in this illustration, it almost looks like someone takes off with something of value. Context is everything. Right under their nose. They don't even see it coming. They don't, by the time they wake up and realize what happened, the person's already gone. They've already potentially covered their tracks. That's what that illustration gives off. However, here's the same embodiment with a different illustration, and you can still see the apathy there, but it kind of starts to look more like they're anticipating and they're waiting, and we've already seen a running storyline that had been describing a maturity date. So they could have been expecting this to come, just waiting it out. Also, context is everything. We had seen a grieving person of interest too, because, in the case of an inheritance, and the storyline presented that our person of interest there was grieving. They were under a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. So here they could just be focusing on maintaining and dealing with their grief and dealing with their emotions. When I see fours, it's talking about being stable within oneself, being healed within oneself so they can be healed with others, so that could be represented. And then here comes their gift, there goes the inheritance, the maturity date, and then they're moving out of the toxicity into a better situation. And in this storyline, we had seen in other decks the journey, the path, and the sudden wealth and the great fortune embodiments there. So that could be there as that is described. So let's see. Okay, so now moving away from that storyline, there's just, as far as the connection between Leo and Scorpio, these clarifiers, it talks about the two of you meeting each other, single, available, um, even if there are other people that are in your uh, energy that you might be considering, but single and available, because this says you deserve love, is where I'm picking up, is you are lovable. So this energy seems to suggest that somebody is abundant, somebody, is very high value and, worthy of love. Clearly you could see that they have a lot to give in love, and also have, with when much is given, much is expected. They have a lot to give, and they also want a lot in return, some reciprocity. So here's a person of interest here coming on the scene as the Empress. So we have the King of Pentacles and we have the Empress. And then it's being clarified with getting to know one another. We have the Three of Fire, so standing on the edge of the dock of the bay waiting for their ships to come in. We're looking at this magnetic attraction with our couple being attracted to one another, getting to know one another. It's the clarifier here. And heart-to-heart conversations is being clarified in the Six of Swords and the Four of Cups. So about that Four of Cups, it almost looks like, out of nowhere, or, as things are just kind of routine and ordinary, an ordinary day. It looks like a proposal may be presented, or, just a realization or a eureka moment, like, hey, wait a minute. Do I really, like, wow, this person right here, look at this person in front of me, you know? And so together, they're moving away from toxicity into a better situation together, and they're getting to know one another. There is a love offer on the horizon for the two of you. So you guys could have just met and just met your match with each other as described, and your connection is progressing, and you guys are becoming, closer, realizing that you could be the one, and it looks like, getting around to spending some time together, getting to know one another is what this looks like. And if you guys are already familiar with one another, already in a relationship, for an example, that's possible here. But it looks like maybe there was some dissonance in the connection, because it says you deserve love. So definitely you have the potential to be loved and to love. But yeah, now you're getting to know each other on a deeper level. So maybe you have, because the pentacles are slow moving. So when I say maybe, I feel like I'm being generous, because there's definitely a high likelihood that you guys are familiar and you know each other already. You could already be in a relationship. So where is the possibility to reconcile if you guys have been out of the cold? Let's see. I wonder, it looks like it could be anywhere. It could be in anywhere. This whole connection, this whole spread does look like an opportunity to reconcile. But let's take a look here. Alright, so yeah. Right here, with it being clarified with the Nine of Fire, it feels like there's some sort of block between you. So that resonates with the you deserve love, because it's like, well, you could clearly see you guys have the potential, but so why does it feel like there's some aspect, some value diminished, or you're removed from one another? You haven't realized the potential. But so in some cases you're guarded, or if you're a familiar lover from the past, there's some walls that are up. So there's the Hangman. So it looks like when I'm talking about a reconciliation, but so far it's looking to be a subtle one, like you're already in each other's energy to a certain capacity, but you're starting to realize the potential between you, and you're starting to, it almost feels like naturally, very organically, not even forced. You kind of just fall into each other in some some storylines are reading that way. But here with this hangman, getting to know each other in a very passionate, dynamic way. This suggests some sustainability. So for, sustainability there. Longevity, there's potential for that. Here's some adult activity potentially, or again, talking about if you guys are reconciling, the opportunity for reconciliation even after the chapter seems to have been closed hard. Is there an opportunity for reconciliation even in the case when it looks like your connection was closed hard? Looked like there was no hope. Let's see. Great fortune. Lovers. Main woman. Bad health. Thoughts. Marriage. Distant horizon. Great fortune. So repeat. So yeah, I'm feeling the energy of reconciliation take place. There is hope for those of you who have been out of contact. It seems like the connection had been dead, closed chapter, like there was no hope. It looks like there's opportunity for hope, especially if it looks like because your person, for an example, may have been exploring options and did not find any, and then they realize, oh my gosh, what I need is right there under my nose. Or, that chapter I thought was closed, we saw the card that said thoughts. They start to think about you. So there's an opportunity for a reconciliation there. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, there goes the consideration. So thinking about one another, expressed in another deck in the Seven of Pentacles. All right, and then I'm being closed out to look here in this placement, the second placement. Is there room for reconciliation? I want to see if the opportunity is more intense than it was stated here, or if it's on the same energetic level. All right. Coming on the stage with the Ten of Fire. While you're getting to know each other. This is getting to know each other. So it looks like the potential for reconciliation is here. This is the getting to know one another. The Ten of Fire. The Hierophant, the marriage card. The Lover's card. There goes the Seven of Swords there too. And the Seven of Pentacles. The marriage. The Nine of Swords. So, gotta be honest right there. It looked like as far as what is the likelihood for, where's the likelihood for reconciliation? Be careful of getting into those connections where there's already a marriage or there's already a relationship established. Where that Seven of Swords, it looked like there was an opportunity there. But then with the Seven of Swords, that's a highlighted area of concern. There could be already a connection. Your person could be sneaking away, which gives us some insight as to why we would see a bailing out. Why does it look like somebody just snuck off, even unsuspecting to the other person? Well, in the case of, yes, if there was some infidelity and somebody sneaking away from their marriage or their commitment, if it's not on paper energetically, then we can get the context to, oh, that's why somebody is bailing out right under someone's nose. Be careful of the red flags. And as it pertains to reconciliation, but not only that, we were looking at a running storyline where somebody just started thinking of someone and, thinking of someone and started having some adult, content run through their mind in regard to the person. And then we progress into the second placement there, and we're seeing the Seven of Swords make an appearance around where that reconciliation could have taken place, and looked like it was already starting to develop a connection there. But then that Seven of Swords made an appearance, and this is around the getting to know each other stage. So that's where you would, in the vetting process, or we've seen a lot of Seven of Pentacles, which is that Pinnacle tree, taking it into consideration. Right around that energy, then the Seven of Swords makes an appearance. And then here's the Nine of Swords. So this clearly looks like some frustration, especially when they've already started making investments and started already catching feelings. And then, oh my goodness, the person's not even all the way available. We're starting to see a foreshadow, give context to, oh, that's why somebody's bailing out. And some scenarios. Let's see what's going on. So with that, we've addressed that. So we're moving on. There's the Page of Pentacles, the love offer. And in this case, there's the Magician. The Magician describes things coming into alignment, divine timing, synchronicity, prayers answered. This is the perfect time to meet Mr. and or Mrs. Right. But then we also have that component where the Magician could be a finesser, a lover boy, and someone who's not really minded, to settle down. They actually have commitment phobia. So context is everything. You want to do your research and due diligence, and not take my word for it. Do your own research, because if it doesn't resonate, disregard it. But then there goes the Four of Swords, and again with the apathy, with the withdrawn, with going ghost, and then the Six of Swords, starts to make sense. We're still developing the second placement, but we're seeing a foreshadow of, that Six of Swords looking like a bailout, potentially. The Five of Pentacles, that's an embodiment of being single, weathering the storm on your own. And then also with that, it talks about diminished value. We started out with the Ten of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles, and in that second placement, we could be looking at a diminished sense of value. Five of Pentacles, and we're already looking at in the third placement, that's either the two of you having a moment and moving away in your connection from toxicity, kind of like you against the world type energy, and or somebody is, took a risk and didn't pay attention to the red flags, or somebody took a risk and got what they wanted and bailed out, and maybe even with half of their person's value, half of their money or more. Because I always say, when I take the stage with the Pentacles, where do my Pentacles go? We're looking at the Five of Pentacles there. Let's see here. But again, context is everything. And like I said, sometimes the fifth house is the house that you'll look for investments. And you'll look for risky investments like gambling. Maybe someone made an investment and, hey, it might be too early to count it out, whether or not it will be prosperous, a good investment or not. But just to familiarize you with the process in your reading, some card combinations that you might come across and how it might look. So, maybe there was an investment made in this connection, and was it a loss or was it not? But let's step away from the connection part and look at investments otherwise outside of a connection, because the fifth house and the eighth house, there's risky investments there, dealing with other people's money type energy. Yeah, but hey, it happens. Like, there's so many different scenarios that could apply. Maybe a love interest met a lover that's, wealthy, and we seen a house or something, but maybe they're like, hey, could we take some of your, capital and make this investment into some real estate, for an example, and flip it, I'm looking at the, I've done my speculations, although it's a risky investment. And according to my analysis, it looks like we can make a flip and then we can get out of there. That type of energy, you can look in these houses and do that type of analysis. And of course, you probably want to go ahead and back that with other more factual analysis and data too. But anyhow, how you would look at it here, you would say, yeah, it looks like we want to get in and we want to get out. Pay attention to the market because it looks like, for an example, we're in a buyer's market, and it looks like the market might start to taper off. Interest rates might start being disadvantaged for us, so we want to get in and then we want to get out. That would be something in this reading. And then for an example in real life, how you might think about that too is if the particular investment, it says, oh, well, according to my speculation, this is something that we should get in and get out. But the asset itself looks like it's going to take us more time to cultivate and develop that property before we could even put it on the market and get it out. It looks like we could get stuck. It looks like we could get stuck holding the bag, So then you might say, okay, well, maybe we don't want to take that investment. Let's look for something that has a higher potential to give us a faster return, a faster flip. But that's how you can do this reading and look at and speculate and look at your commodity and make decisions, because what we're looking at is a bailout. You get in quick. This looks like an opportunity to get in quick and get out. Heart-to-heart conversations. So then when you're looking at that in context, it could be you and your lover having such conversation. That's what we talk about. Hey, babe, what do you think about taking, some of our, resources and making this quick flip? You guys could be having heart-to-heart conversations. Literally what's being described right here. Heart-to-heart conversations. Getting to know one another. Getting familiar with your plan. You deserve love. Maybe you're interested in getting into investments, and that's how you could look at that. All right, but that in general is what I'm looking at in this reading for now. And then also, guys, keep in mind that in this fifth house, in our general readings that we've done, in the daily readings, in the updates, the fifth house has been, we've seen a progression. We've already seen when we looked in that house and we said, what about our investments? What about our risky investments? What about gambling? No, guys, it doesn't look like a good time to do that. What about if you're thinking about planning to have children, adding on to your family, and what if you're dating somebody but you're not really sure and you might want to be flipping some cards and checking it out? It looks like, do your own research, but according to what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like it's a good time. That's what we were seeing, and then we were seeing in progress, hey guys, it doesn't look like a good time, but there's a window of opportunity approaching. We seen that in progress, and then we seen the window of opportunity take place, where at this point we're seeing a tapering off right around here, where things are starting to look disadvantageous over here. We also seen this type of blend. We've seen this type of transition. That window of opportunity in our past readings make its presence right around there in our first placement. And then we've seen the window of opportunity about to make an appearance. I said that to say because now we've seen that blend of transition. So we're looking at that window of opportunity is still available. As this is the first placement, represents recent past energy, current energy, right here, near future energy. So that window, we had been seeing that window open for some time. It looks like, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, it's been about at least a week for sure. And I think it could have been a little over a week. So there, and I feel like, I want to see how much time elapses before we start seeing a shutdown over here where there's more hard energy that says no. Right here, it feels like I'm looking at a gradient right over here. But this window of opportunity looks very advantageous right now. But now let's see. That also applies to maturity dates, because we had seen in some of our readings and some of the houses, it looked like there was already a ruling made and a certain unexpected income or sudden wealth, etc., was on the way en route. However, it had a maturity date. And so this appears to be a house connection that you could look at and get more information in regard to maturity dates, especially as it pertains to investments. Let's see here. Yep, investments, especially risky investments, inheritances, uh, taxes, policies, insurances, etc. So let's see, what else could we see here in the fifth and eighth house as far as the relationships. Let me go back to make sure that we talked about the relationship dynamic though. Yeah, so we did. We talked about there's a high likelihood. Okay, so I did check to see, and I'm still in progress to see about the reconciliation opportunities. So I'm going to let the Holy Spirit close me out here. So we've got the Five of Pentacles. This is standing out in the cold, weathering the storm on your own. That's the way I look at that. So again, is that you and your lover, you against the world, you and your lover against the world. You made your quick investment, flipped it, now you guys are on to the next one. And or is that, one of you in the connection took a risk in the connection, and there was a bailout, and suddenly finding themselves single out in the cold, weathering the storm on their own. And then this is the way the Holy Spirit closes me out. So now that we had our clarifiers there, where do I see the opportunity for reconciliation? It looked like it was most pronounced right here. And it definitely came in the form of the Ace of Fire, if my memory serves me correctly. If it wasn't that placement, then it was the second placement. But we got it, on the replay, that right where we seen that, it looked like the reconciliation coming out of the cold and olive branch was right there in the first placement. Now, if I was to give that a percentage of viability, percentage, oh, it feels like it's like 29% success rate, reconciliation. Otherwise, it looks like definitely red alert, definitely vet, depending on what your objective is, but there's also a likelihood that there's already an established connection here, so it would be a sneaky link is what was described, a wham bam thank you ma'am type energy. And it looked like the element of surprise could, not expecting that outcome could be one of the highlighted areas of concern. Okay guys, so I don't want to spend more time than we have to, but thank you for your patience and support during this reading for Scorpio and Leo connections, and also the 8th and 5th house. I'm just going to take a moment to stack the deck, and then we'll be right back to move into our next house, the 6th house, which is Virgo's house. Ace your ex. You deserve love, engagement. Okay, so this is Scorpio and Virgo connections, the 8th and 6th house. Well, let's see here. was weird because while I was working on that, I heard, let me upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. But the thing is, alright, so in the reading it reads that one of you is, if not both of you, single and available. So it looks like there's a high likelihood that at least one of you, but maybe both of you are single and available. And it looks like in the context of you're not married. So like, but it looks like energetically one of you, or maybe even both of you, have someone else's energy in your atmosphere. And so there is an energy like you are married energetically, but you're single, you're available, you're not claiming that person. And then also, their energy could be so pronounced in your atmosphere that there could be no relationship or no marriage at all, but just the energetic intensity of the other person's energy in the atmosphere. It's overbearing. But anyhow, and it looks like one of you, if not both of you, are single and available with a lot of potential for high quality people of interest to come into your world. Like you are in a position for, so it almost looks like this connection could be somebody settling. Somebody settling. So there goes the whole, let me upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. So anyhow, yeah, it looks like somebody is, single, available. But it almost feels like too that they don't wear their value on their sleeves. For an example, there's like an emperor, but who walks around looking like a monk, a homely somebody. They're really an emperor, single, available. And they have options, and they're considering their options. And their options come on the stage in Major Arcana: the Apprentice, the Magician, the High Priestess, and an Empress. And we already see the Emperor's energy there. So they have options. Matter of fact, yeah, there goes the Empress right there on the stage being clarified. And the first position here is where they're vetting their options, considering their options, and considering this person of interest that seems to have a dominant presence in their atmosphere. But again, with this being a very advantageous placement for them to meet a very divine partner, is high. With the Six of Pentacles clarifying the Seven of Pentacles, but also using a stacked deck, although those are coming from different separate decks. So when I'm using a separate deck and I'm looking at sequential orders there that are right next to each other. But yeah, it looks like they're at a good time. Now, of course, Venus is in Virgo right now, so there's that. And then in Scorpio's house, we have been reading that the energy of sudden wealth and inheritance, wealthy person upgrading their significant other. So, these two houses coming together. We have been seeing running storylines in the sixth house where Venus is in Virgo, the culmination of energy in that house right now. We're seeing a lot of appearances of different signs, all of the signs coming into that house. And it looks like working, putting in some heavy duty work just collectively speaking, to make connections move toward one another, blending elements that don't normally mix well so that opposites attract in a dynamic way. So there's a lot of work and activity happening in the sixth house, where the love language is acts of service. So you're looking at very good positive energy for the caliber of love interests coming into this reading. And that also describes each other, Virgo and Scorpio connections. How does this connection look? Well, let's see. I wasn't able to develop much of it before the deck started splitting and breaking apart and wanting to be seen. And then I wanted to clarify that because I wasn't sure, especially when I heard, let me upgrade you. But when I heard that, but then looking at these card combinations, it looks like court cards, but in the suit of major arcanas. So I wanted to see, are those indeed multiple love interests, or am I looking at an upgrade, a phase of an upgrade? I think it's both, especially because that's what I heard. Let me upgrade you. But we're looking at an upgrade because we talked about the magician and the high priestess coming into a reading, embodying at times this, they're casual lovers. They're not in a commitment. Some of them are likely to have commitment phobia. They have a good time, not necessarily for a long time, but when they come together, their connection is very dynamic, passionate, powerful. However, then we're looking at the Empress come onto the stage. The Empress is more serious. The Empress points more toward marriage. In fact, that is the card of Venus in marriage and love. And then we have the Emperor on the stage as well. Points to the first house. The first house reading was very dynamic, illustrating a courtship. That was in the beginning of the live stream. But anyhow, so we have the first house, Aries energy, Emperor energy, looking at this from a symbolic context, and then also the relationship dynamic. I want to try to blend those while I'm interpreting what I'm seeing. But so I wasn't sure, but definitely the upgrade component is there. But then also I confirmed that the clarifier said release your ex. So there is a storyline where there's multiple lovers in the picture. But let's get more context. I'm going to continue working on this. Okay, and I'm clarified here with the Emperor, which is already on the stage over there. So, did I say Emperor? My bad. I hope I said King of Pentacles, but I don't think I did. The King of Pentacles is on the stage already, and this card combinations is being consolidated with the King of Pentacles too. Right. So as far as Virgo and Scorpio connections are concerned, it does look like a match. It looks like this love connection is ascending to a higher level of commitment. This is a connection that's ascending to a higher level of commitment. And it's moving smooth. The trajectory is moving smooth. I said be quiet now. Stop. Running off my stray cats. All right, anyhow. Let's see. And definitely an upgrade. So here, let's take a look at this. All right, so you see the upgrade here. Six of Pentacles is how we start. And we're also looking at the analytical component, evaluating, whether or not to nurture, whether or not to cut losses, how to nurture this, how to be fruitful. If this is going to be fruitful, this is in the beginning stage, in the first placement being described. This is my favorite Pentacle card, and then you do see a progression here, like I said, in different decks. Six of Pentacles, Seven of Pentacles. But here, this is equitability. This is Good Samaritan energy. This is prayers answered. Everything that you need is available, even if it comes out of thin air, out of nowhere. So this is a really beautiful Pentacle card to have. And then it's right there under the potential. You see there, so that's where I got, wow, you guys are in a very good state in your potential in your love life with your options, to have high value in your options. Not just one high value lover, but more than one high value lover. And then we had seen that previously being stated because we had all major arcanas come with these people of interest taking the stage there. But so here is what you're seeing in the first position. As we progress into the second position, you have the Empress. So as far as the question, is this a connection worth nurturing? Yes, it would say yes, because you have the Empress here, which represents abundance, and then you have the King of Pentacles, which is very capable and resourceful to plant abundant seeds. So you guys have a high potential to be a power couple. You make plans and you get them off the ground and they're successful. So this looks like a beautiful match. You're meeting each other, on a level that is conducive for a connection that has longevity and sustainability for yourselves. And as far as the upgrade, you're looking at the 6, 7 of Pentacles move to the King of Pentacles, Empress energy, but you're looking at 7 of Pentacles, but it was originally actually the 6 because I changed them around. 6 of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, and the 10 of Pentacles. So you see the progression, as I always say, when I take the stage and I look at the first Pentacles on the table when it does come into the reading like that, and then as it tapers off, I'm like, where is my Pentacles? Well, to see a 6 of Pentacles turn into a 10 of Pentacles is definitely confirmation that this is abundant. This is a fruitful connection. So the connection is moving along. And then here you see the 7 of Pentacles. This is the consideration. You see an Empress, and then you see the King of Pentacles here in both placements in different decks. Not both. So like I always say, where did the Pentacles go? So when you see a King of Pentacles in this position, and then in the next position, the energy hasn't diminished in value. The King of Pentacles is still here, and also a higher value of Pentacle from the 6 to 10 is here. But anyhow, there's how I'm getting that confirmation. But yeah, this is a beautiful reading. That's what it says. Why is the Empress there? Instead of, why is the Empress there with the King of Pentacles instead of maybe a Queen of Pentacles? Or why isn't the Emperor here instead of the King of Pentacles? So that's a good question. So the Empress is also fertile, so she could be a mother. And so if someone is thinking about building a family, this is here. They could already be in a marriage or a connection where they have a family together. So that could be pointed out. Again, Venus is in Virgo right now, and so the Empress is Venus energy. And we're looking at 6th house energy there. Also, the king points to the 2nd house, which governs like personal income and value systems, like talking about let me upgrade you, raising someone's value, someone's worth, especially with Chiron being in the 2nd house right now. Also, if this had been the Queen of Pentacles instead of the King of Pentacles, it more so embodies, for me at least in my readings, some rules, regulations, expectations, potential toxicities, a checklist. We've already surpassed that, is what is being stated, and there's more decisiveness. This is foundational, ready to build. It's not in a stage of deliberation or debate or checklist or vetting process, but it looks like it's already established as that. And here, so then it's like, well, how do we take the stage with this pronounced level of a bond, of cohesiveness, of longevity, of such a pair? Well, there's right here, it gives some context and it gives some additional information that this stage, this was the vetting process. It took place already. So then it suggests, okay, so this connection is one that has had some history in the past. It feels like you guys have been vetting each other for a while. But that's where that information comes. But I try to be loose with it to give you guys more opportunity to, when you're flipping your own cards, how to look at some card combinations for yourself, because you don't want to take my word for it. You want to do your own research. But, and also I like to leave room for your situations to resonate as it would if it does. But that's what that suggests. And then also, if I want to go back and rework this and get more information, that would be a place. And also, lately I've been wanting to look at, well, what about if I, have a connection? The audience, the collective might say, my Virgo and Scorpio connection, how is that working out if we're in no contact? Is there a chance for this reading to apply to me? So let's see, I would want to, where would I want to work that and find that? Where do I feel that energy could be possible? It feels like definitely it would have to happen right around here. Because it looks like the match has already been made. When we progress here. But it's all potential, potentially, because clarifiers start to isolate the storylines and make it more specific for a particular audience in the collective. But let's take a look here and see if and where there's potential for reconciliation for those who have been out of contact, those who are at a distance. Oh, and I don't want to forget to thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. Thank you so much. It is so nice to see the channel start to grow. Alright, so let's take a look right here. Starting off with the stack deck. Let me see. Excuse me. Bless the truth. Pardon me. Alright, don't want to use this one. Let's see. Actually, I might not want to use that one. Let me see. Yeah, this feels better. Okay, so I'm looking at the King of Fire. The King of Fire All right, the King of Fire points to the fifth house. The fifth house governs courtship, relationships, romance, courtship, the courtship phase of a relationship, and the romance of the relationship. We just got out of the fifth house too, by the way. But yeah, and the King of Fire, he's more of a bachelor, you know. It's all energy specific, not gender specific, but so this, yeah, this seems to be more of the dating phase, the dating stage, the vetting stage, etc. There goes the Hermit making an appearance. This is where Venus is at the moment, but also it talks about, you know, during the vetting stage, taking some intimate time together. Currently, you know, just to reiterate some things that was already stated that resonates in the clarifiers. Currently, also, we had talked about how in the sixth house, we're looking at actively the energies being alchemized, blending where they don't normally mix well together. Uh, the fight, like the fighting for love, is taking place right there when the Hermit, you know, the fight for healing love is taking place right there. So let's see what else is being stated. All right, and then we have the clarity. So we're looking at an analytical process, you know, the vetting process, and we're looking at the stage of when clarity is starting to be had. Decisions are becoming more decisive. Here goes the embodiment to talk about working with the Eight of Pentacles and the Nine of Pentacles. Literally, again, that's Venus and Virgo energy, but this is also the established harmony in a connection. Peace, love, comfortability, and not only in a connection, because we're looking here where there's a vetting stage. So singles, the bachelor and or the bachelorette healing themselves, and as they're going through dating and, you know, going through different love options, vetting them, they are being upgraded, more intentional, worked on themselves, so working in their connections. So far it looks like there is a small opportunity for a reconciliation. This connection looks like as they're meeting each other, it feels like as they come together, if there was a third party, that third party, we did see release your ex. We did see multiple people of interest. But it feels like that third party energy just really diminishes and phases itself out of there. If I were to see an opportunity for a reconciliation, it would be right there. That's been confirmed. And if it's your person that you're coming out of the cold with, and you guys are the ones that are working on your connection and progressing, it looks like there's not a high likelihood for another opportunity for reconciliation to take place, for somebody to come and insert themselves in your relationship. I don't see it as of yet, but we'll keep looking. Let's see. Yeah, I'm getting closed out there. So it looked like there was a small window of opportunity for reconciliation to take place right there. Somebody coming out of the cold and reestablishing the connection. It looks like one that has, so what I'm seeing confirmed is it looks like this is one that has already had a running start on getting to know each other and to be moving with more cohesiveness, and the bond gets strengthened progressively. So it looks like coming out of the cold, yes, it has an opportunity to present itself right around here, but it almost looks like that window of opportunity is closing. But I'm going to look further to see if I'll stand correction and be redirected on that. As of right now, I feel like 10% of reconciliation coming out of the cold feels about 10%, maybe 20 to 10%. I wouldn't say it's less than that. Alright, so see here, that's where the Three of Swords starts to present. So it looks like there's a window of opportunity. So I feel like there's a confirmation there. There's a small window of opportunity there. But in that stage, in that second placement, no. Because, so that's a confirmation there because I'm getting an offense. So it looks like they've already established themselves at that point, as I had already speculated, without the clarifier that I'm doing now. So that would be a fence. Over here, it looked like it was open. There was an opportunity. I didn't see any offense because they're single, they're vetting, etc., etc. But here, we're immediately getting an offense. So Let me keep looking. A heartbreak, devastation. That's a breaking what they have established. Let me see what else. All right, there's the moon. So if it did take place, it would be a sneaky link. You know, somebody trying to sneak and get away. And then the Ten of Swords, again, the devastation that would likely kill the potential of what they have going on. All right, there, and it brings us back to the Seven of Pentacles. It looks like it would bring some stagnation to the couples themselves because they're rerouted back here to start all over in the vetting process. It almost looks like there's a high likelihood of failure if somebody were to get out of this connection and try to tap into or sneak off and get into something else. Not to mention these are highly intuitive and analytical connections here. Scorpio is very intuitive, would likely be aware in the ethers if their partner were to sneak off and have some sneaky link. And the sixth house is very analytical, so they'd probably figure that out. So anyways, it looks like there's not very much of a success rate for sneaking off and not creating a problem and stagnation and even degradation to have to go back to the beginning and pick up a diminished in value. There goes the Seven of Pentacles, a setback. There goes the Seven of Cups, emotional disorientation. There goes the Two of Fire, separation. And there goes the 15 major arcana violations again. But then we're looking at addictions and overindulgences and, you know, getting under somebody to try to get over someone. So there's probably a not very likelihood for success in that. But anyhow, it looks like there's dissonance in engaging in that would be a setback. And then we're starting to look at toxicity there, boundary crossings. Let's see what else. So looks like it's, you know, that would be a point. So what it looks like, best place to try to have a reconciliation, and it's almost in the past because this right here represents recent past. Right here, it looks like a violation as described, but it is an opportunity to have a reconciliation, but it looks like a violation, an offense, a setback, not having longevity, potentially. Let's see. Intimacy. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. Standing outside in the cold after that's done. And yeah, so it doesn't look like the chances are very favorable actually. And this more so talks about present and near future. So I always like to look just to see, like, it's like low-key nobody really asked. It's just something I like to look and see for my own curiosity. Alright, but let's see what else is going on. So overall, this looks like a good reading for Scorpio and Virgo, and also for the 6th and 8th house. I'll be back in just a moment to pick up, and we'll get into our 7th house reading with Scorpio. Alright, let's see. Thank you so much, by the way, for your support on the video and on the channel, because I do want to grow, so I appreciate that opportunity. I want the channel to grow. Thank you. Let's see. So no wonder the Release Your Ex card came out right around that second placement. The deck split apart to show that, because it looked like otherwise it would be a setback to, where is it? Yeah, Release Your Ex was right around there. hello in the chat. Yes, thank you so much for interacting with me in the chat, on the channel, showing support on the video. Greetings. Thank you. All right, so next we'll move to the 7th house, which is Libra. We're almost ready to do that. Let's see, you deserve love, codependency, separation, codependency, free yourself, pay attention to red flags. So I feel like that's some residual energy for the Scorpio and 6th house. You know, some of those connections that were third party. Now talking about pay attention. So I feel like it was easier said than done. A process that was easier said than done. But then there's like a codependency. So it felt like for the connection that maintained, there was that highly addictive, you know, they had like separation anxiety. They wanted to be close together a lot. And then at times it felt like the over addiction, the codependency at times, it depend, you know, the insecurities. It's like if what type of codependency was it? The insecurity could have, you know, caused some dissonance too. But so the whole phase about the process of releasing your eggs and clearing the air for the two of you to have your connection, where it looked like a very and no wonder it looked like a very hardcore violation of offense, you know, to entertain anyone else. But it looked like because both of you had an opportunity to pick the cream of the crop and you decided to choose each other and, you know, progress it to a phase where they, you know, looked like both of you didn't want to start over, didn't want to have that setback, couldn't afford to have the setback. So anyway, that's what I was seeing when I was restacking the deck, preparing to move us into the next house, the 7th house. Yeah, but it looked like too, like when I said couldn't afford to, you know, be set back too, because it looked like a level of investment had that you guys put into each other, and also a level of sacrifice for one another for that connection to work. But anyhow, so as far as Scorpio and the 7th house, let's see what goes on. Scorpio and Libra, the 7th and 8th house. Yeah, but in this house, this feels familiar. I'm trying to figure out where did I see this happen before. But it almost looks like someone got ghosted. Either they were ghosted or there's too much uncertainty. There was too much uncertainty to direct the connection anywhere. Because definitely with the level of uncertainty, it didn't match one of your decisive mentalities to move a connection to a higher level of commitment. So, yeah, it feels like some flightiness. Too much mystery, too much uncertainty. Could looks like the trajectory is diminished for that reason. So I'm going to work on this a little bit more. Emperor, Nine of Swords, Ten of Fire, Wheel of Fortune, Ten of Swords again, Two of Pentacles. I was like, why am I being pointed to? Why am I being pointed back to? I thought to myself, why am I being pointed back to the first house, a house that was talking about inheritances and or some surprise, a test, tailor-fitted opportunity, those themes were discussed in the first house. I said, why am I being pointed back there? And why am I seeing that Ten of Swords looking like, oh my goodness, we are in the 13th major arcana, aka Scorpio, aka the death card. Oh, the house that deals with death and transformations and rebirth and regenerations, inheritances. Oh yeah, we were talking about that. Oh yeah, of course I would see it here in the 7th house that deals with relationships, partnerships, marriages, and there's also some money in the 7th house too. I'm trying to think what kind of money stuff is in the 7th house. It kind of almost seemed like other people's money type energy too. But anyhow, so that's why I was seeing that. Okay, so then, let's see here. I just wanted to pull us back to that dynamic because the 7th house also governs contracts, contractual agreements, and marriages, and of course the exploitation of resources could be. Look, this is where an astrologer and or seer could look for that type of information. The 8th and 7th house, because remember the 7th house, the justice, has that legal component, and also the 7th house has that association with the Hierophant, which is the marriage card, and there's contractual agreements there. And remember, we were talking about a dynamic that dealt with inheritances that had maturity dates on them, sudden wealth, and all like that. Okay, so let's see here. Oh yeah, and remember in those readings we were looking at a pathway. Okay, so after that maturity date came to fruition and inheritances, our persons of interest received that, then they were moving forward into a new journey, a new pathway, sudden wealth. So there in that apprentice, major arcana, the freedom that's there, a new beginning after an ending. The clarifier says, give your romance a chance. Give your romance a chance. And I thought that was curious, because clearly it looked like a running theme where this Knight of Pentacle felt ghosted. The Knight of Pentacle felt like there was too much uncertainty, too much doubt. And then you're looking at a release. And I'm like, why am I getting a clarifier that's pulling me back into this reading? Oh, okay. Give your relationship a chance. So we already seen that there's a high potential of a silver lining in the cloud, a surprise, a test. suddenly I'm hearing like things aren't what they seem, especially in the case of a surprise or a test. But let's get back into it and see what else we can see. Give your relationship a try. So we're looking at the Two of Pentacles, which could symbolize double-mindedness, wavering, or multitasking, or juggling. Oh goodness. Reminded too about the running energies, the themes, the storylines, talking about, especially in the case of somebody that's abundant, wealthy. You know, they have the potential to change their person's life dynamically, and vetting them to see if they're worthy, you know, to handle them. Are they worthy to receive? Do they have reciprocity? Can they, you know, or do they change it up if and when somebody is told no? You know, the first time I tell you no, this is how you're going to respond. You know, are you even with me? If I was poor, would you still be with me? You know, you're comparing me to chopped liver, you know, really type energy. But the Two of Pentacles is there. The Emperor, first house. I said, why am I being pointed to the first house? Nine of Swords. Why am I being pointed to the first house? The Queen of Fire, that's also the first house again. The Wheel of Fortune. Seven of Cups. Huh. Ace of Swords. Then we have clarity after the Seven of Cups, which is the emotional disorientation. But then there's the Five of Fire. Okay, now I'm being closed out. So yeah, it looked like there was a lot of clarifiers that embodied dissonance, disconnection. I didn't see much harmony there. It almost seems like if there was an understanding, it almost came too late. You know, if there was the eureka moment, like, oh, you know, I overreacted, or I was out of character, I was out of body. Seemed like that realization came too late because someone in the connection seen traits that they didn't want to sign up for, you know, didn't make their list. So, I mean, that's what was seen in one storyline there, but, you know, I kind of moved forward and I passed all of this and I wanted to work on this a little bit longer because, like I said, it looked like there was ghosting and abandonment and uncertainty. And so it looked like those pentacles goes along with the interpretation when we say, hey, the pentacles are on the stage. That's the slowest moving energy in the deck. And the fact that it made it to the stage means XYZ. Like there's some longevity here because sometimes those pentacles are rerouted. Sometimes those pentacles, that knight abandons mission, goes back to the king or queen that launched it. You know, sometimes those pentacles are rerouted and they don't show up. So we're looking at them potentially, you know, coming on the stage and finding some dissonance and, you know, looks like rerouting. But again, here's encouragement. Give your relationship a chance. So let's see what happens. If somebody says, is there a chance for reconciliation? Well, it looks like right around here, there might be potential for a reconciliation. It almost looks right through and through the whole thing. Even right here, because the knight is en route with intention to raise the level, to raise the connection to a higher level of commitment. They just ran into uncertainty. But if there's a chance for reconciliation, it looks like it would be right here, and even right here. Give your relationship a chance. Now, what is the likelihood for success? The success rate, that information is not available. Now, what I'm going to do here, I just wanted to make sure if I was indeed supposed to have this apprentice on the table, or if I was supposed to rework this area a little bit more. So the apprentice is on the table. It's been described. So let's see. Continuing here. All right, so I feel like there's a confirmation there. Is there an opportunity for reconciliation? I feel like those clarifiers all point to yes, yesterday, today, tomorrow, and I'm off the stage at a cliffhanger there, but it says yes because of everything explained. The moon is clarified with the seven of fire, which I call the bachelor and or the bachelorette card, standing on your square at a position of leverage, and also at a position where you can defend yourself. So it looks like too that just because there's an opportunity for reconciliation, what is the likelihood for success? That information is not available because there could be a rejection there because it is the Knight of Pentacles. So there is intention behind the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles is not falling for just anything, but looking for something specific, and that is being clarified there with the Knight of Pentacles being clarified with the Ace of Swords. So, and then the Magician clarifying that apprentice. Again, I feel like that's a clarifier that does say yes, stay optimistic about your love life. And the Magician is talking about synchronicity, alignment, the perfect time to meet Mr. and or Mrs. Right. Also, it is a possibility that the Libra Scorpios met the love at first sight there with the Ace of Swords meeting that Knight of Pentacles. So, Libra and or Scorpio could have just been leaving a connection that wasn't checking the boxes for them, and they could have just been leaving out of a connection, and then they suddenly meet each other. And the moon could symbolize that they don't know each other that well because they just met each other, but so far love at first sight, the frequencies are in alignment. You're having a meeting of the mind. You guys are dating, spending some time together, getting to know each other. And this right here could be like for lack of a better expression, because one man's trash or one woman's trash is another person's treasure, because this almost looks like they could have been abandoned or didn't find what they were looking for in their connection that they're leaving out of. And shoot, it looks like I don't even know, yeah, the history, the information about what that previous connection was like is not available. But one thing that is available is it looks like there is viability in this connection for longevity and for stability and sustainability. And even that you complement each other, where one is, you know, weak, the other is strong, where the other is strong, you complement each other in that way. And it's the storyline that also talks about, you know, your person is in position to bless, to bless their partner, change their life. And in this situation, it's like you just met each other, kind of, love at first sight, and things just take off from there. So that's being described. You guys could have just met, getting out of something yourselves, dating, available, and you spend some time to get to know one another. And then you find out in this progression, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Right there, ready to embark on a new journey, start a new chapter after an ending, close that old chapter out, and you guys take off. Now, as far as you guys who are already in an established connection, that Knight of Pentacles again being met with the Ace of Swords confirms that yes, there's a connection. You guys are on the same frequency. And let's see, the Seven of Fire and the Moon energy. Your connection might be private. Let me see what's going on with that moon in that situation. If you guys are already together, you're already on the same path. Let me just check out the moon around the Seven of Fire. It almost suggests there's intention to raise the connection to a higher level of commitment, but you're still dating. You're taking things slow. But let me take a look there and just double check. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like you're taking things slow. Like I said, maybe you're private and you're, because there's the house. It's quality time. Oh, there goes also the 15 major arcana. That's adult content. Yeah, so that's what that looks like. Let me isolate the seven of fire in that situation where we're looking at adult activity happening in privacy where this moon energy is. Why is the seven of fire here? Dear Holy Spirit, why is the seven of fire? It's being confirmed with the five of fire. So that 15 major arcana, which is adult content, but it also symbolizes toxicity. So there could be, when you're supposed to be having some quality time, that quality romantic time that you set aside to, spend your time together, could be some fighting. That's what that looks like too, that it's actually toxic. And then in that case, that gives some context to why we're seeing, the release, the potential release. But then also it says stay optimistic, and we saw that energy there. Let's see. So, okay, remember, all right, the seven of fire is being clarified with the hermit. This is currently where Venus is, but I also feel like it's confirming the moon energy, that it's, time that you spend away from each other. But here we could also looks like the fighting, the dissonance could be because, secretly you might be still open to other love options. And so somebody could have the impression right here that this connection is moving to a higher level of commitment and monogamy, but secretly somebody could have a sneaky link that they're trying to conceal. Yeah, then the Nine of Swords. And then they're thinking about it. Is this something I can tolerate? It's stressing them out. Is it something I should bail out on? Is it something I should, tame my primal urge to be intimate and be adult with this person? But they're seeing other people, so restraining and disciplining one's primal urges, because there's that heartbreak, third party situation there. And then I'm being pointed back to the moon. So I was looking there that, in some cases in this reading, what's happening in the moon, as I loosely described it as, there's just some secrets, some unknown, some uncertainty that, the person felt like they needed to release the connection. So that's being confirmed as well. But then again, there's that part about releasing your ex that we had already seen. It could be the ex that's bringing that dissonance. And this connection here, the seven, Libra and Scorpio, the eighth house, they're moving forward. They met Mr. and Mrs. Right, and they're dropping, they're helping each other heal. That hermit there is a healer. Also, they're helping each other heal. And they're, even in doing that, they could be bringing along the Three of Swords, because they're in a connection that's not, they're in a connection that's betraying them, and then they're in a connection themselves that's healing them from the connection that's hurting them. So even that brings about its own moon energy, secrets, unknowns, and Three of Swords, offense, backstabbing, betrayal. That dynamic is being expressed there under that moon. So we're just getting some ideas about why the moon is there. Let me see what else, because I have the moon here pointing me back, because I was clarifying the seven of swords, the seven of fire. I isolated it. It's pointing me back to the moon. So let's see what else, if anything. Oh yeah, 10 of Swords. Nine of Pentacles. All right, and it feels like with that Ten of Swords though, and Nine of Pentacles, pointing to that moon overall, describing, I feel like that's a silver lining in a dark cloud. And then it did, briefly point us back to the inheritances when the Ten of Swords is there. That could, point us back there too in that moon energy. Especially in a case of an inheritance or a will. Somebody could be preparing and their person might not know about it. They could have, been surprised about that. It's happening. They don't even realize that part is happening. And then we've seen a dynamic playing out with this storyline that seemed to repeat itself a lot. Of course, this is the 8th house where that information is available, that, there was some rivalry and disputes among siblings and or, extended family. And that 7 of Fire would represent defending oneself and standing their ground at a position of leverage. As that storyline took shape, it looked like the will, the written testament had already been done, and it is what it is. There's still potentially in some storylines an opportunity to have that written testament amended or modified. Like in the case, for an example, if somebody is vetting and watching their loved ones so they can tailor fit, some aspect of their written will and testament. But the energies that we've seen could also pick back up on that storyline and add some context, storylines, resonance there. But that's what we have for the 7th and 8th house. Now let me make sure that we speak on the connections. We did speak on the connections. We looked at potential for reconciliations to take place. It looked like there was a high likelihood that the reconciliations taking place would fall in line with connections that are already existing, and it looked like there was a high probability of those existing connections to be toxic, and let's see, and then giving an opportunity for another connection to come in. But let's see what else, aka the reconciliation in some cases. All right, guys, that's pretty much what I have for now. So hello everybody. Again, I can't thank you enough for your support in the video. We didn't finish. We're kind of halfway through the zodiac wheel at the 7th and 8th house with Scorpio. So there will be a part 2 where I'll pick up and keep going in another video. But signing off for now. Thank you so much again. And until next time, peace.